Good morning, everyone. We are live and live. It is September 25th, 2023, 3:49 a.m. And yes, we are back into this hell again, Ray. How you doing? We are going to be hopping back into Avalon le Fae, Lostbelt 6. And I barely remember where we left off last time. I did kind of skim through the last stream, basically where we were, to quickly recap here. The start of the stream, I believe, we left off with the last fragment, which was fragment 8 with MASH. They went down into the hole in the center of Britain, and they found, completely forgot how to say its name, but the big fluff they found down there. How do you pronounce it again?
Cernunnos.
Or Cernunnos. I believe it's like pronounced with a K. Cernunnos. Regardless, they found that thing in the bottom of the hole, and we still don't know why it's down there, or what it's doing down there, or why it's, they said there's enough, I believe Ash said that there was enough cursed energy that she sensed down there to destroy the entire fucking planet, which is, we're pretty sure, or like hypothesizing at the moment, that that's probably what the calamity that's gonna like destroy the whole world that we were sent here to Britain to get rid of. It probably has to do with that somehow. Then after the fragment with MASH, I believe that was fragment 8. I'm pretty sure this is the next one with her. So after fragment 8, we went back to us. We had just, the previous stream before that, 2 streams ago, we had just defeated Woodwose, which was a really cool fight. I love that entire sequence. We had just destroyed Woodwose, and we got invited over to what's the city with the ferry that looks like BB? Gloucester, I believe, right? We got sent to Gloucester for a ball to celebrate I can't remember what it was for, but they basically invited both sides of the conflict. They invited like the Queen and the Fairy Knights, or the Tamlin, and then also everyone from the Rebel Army. And so we all go to Gloucester because everyone in Gloucester is level 1, right? And so you can be pretty sure there's going to be no fighting there. So we all go to Gloucester, and we learned some pretty good information between Fairy Knight Tristan and... oh my gosh, what's the guy with the lance? Noted. But they're siblings, and they were both raised by, Percival. Percival and Tamlin Tristan are siblings, but they're definitely not siblings by blood, I'm pretty sure. Or that there'd be no way for them to be. But they were both raised by either Woodwose, it sounded like, or they went to the same school or something. Tristan said that they were siblings, like it was no big deal, but Percival obviously wanted to keep that hidden, and I imagine it's because we're going against them. But Tristan basically said, like, she's going to stand with the Queen no matter what. That's the position she has chosen, and she says Percival is his own person. If he wishes to go against the Queen, that's his option, but he better be expecting that I'm going to go against him too. So they definitely have a past that we haven't gotten more context on, but Tristan called Percival her brother, and so that's like some more context we got on their relationship. And so after the whole ball thing, we got to I believe we rung the bell in Gloucester, right? That was our whole reasoning for going there. And so we ring the bell in Gloucester. Castoria gets more of a power up, and then we go to the town where Tamlin Gwaine, who got stripped of her name, Tamlin Gwaine, and she is now just Barghest. And so we go to Barghest's town that is supposed to be the rule of the powerful, like, rule over the weak, and we think that that's going to be like a really messed up thing. When we go there, we're like, oh, okay, like they just kill off all the weak or something. But we get there and we find out, no, it's a perspective difference. Their perspective on only the powerful can, like, or the powerful have to rule over the weak is basically the powerful have a duty to protect the weak. And so the weak do live in Gwaine's, or Barghest's town, but like the powerful like have to protect the weak, and like that was the ruling. And so we learned Barghest is actually not as bad as we thought. And so as we get to know Barghest more, we find out her husband is really sick and she's been taking care of him. And we make a deal with Barghest. I can't remember the specifics around it, but we basically make a deal with Barghest that if she wants to leave and protect our humanity, she's free to join our side. And I can't remember if we set it in stone yet or not, or if there were conditions, but we basically negotiated an agreement with Barghest to the point where we're at least on like we're at least on like talking and like negotiating terms at this point at the very least. And it seems like Barghest, knowing that Morgan wants to save Britain, but when she says save Britain, she doesn't give a fuck about anyone who lives on Britain. She just wants to save the like idea of Britain and the concept of Britain. And so she was expecting this calamity to wipe out all life, fairies and human alike, on Britain, it sounded like. And when Barghest found out about that, Barghest wanted to join our side. And so that's where we're at with Barghest. After that, we went north to try to find, I think it was to try to find the bell, which was at the where the tree used to be. And so you can see back here in the past with MASH right now, we are in the Fae era, right? Yeah, we're back in the Fae era currently with MASH. And we go over here to where the tree used to be, and we find the remains of Albion. And so I was confused for a while because I knew through the dialogue of Tamlin Tristan's Noble Phantasm, I knew that Tamlin Tristan was Albion somehow, but I didn't understand why her name was Melusine if she was Albion, and like why in her NP she says like I am the dragon Albion if the dragon's remains were here in Britain too. Like none of that made sense to me. And so that all gets explained here, that she was basically the was it like the toenail or something? She was a claw of Albion that only took form after what's the fairy in the town that the very first place we visited, but she basically comes up and saves her, or like oh, did I say Tristan? My bad. Lancelot. Aurora, yeah. Aurora saves her out of the black mud or whatever that Albion was surrounded by, and takes. And as she's like, it was so confusing. I get so confused when it comes to fucking concepts taking form by other shit. But Melusine basically took the form of what she thought Aurora was, and that's why everyone regards her as like the most beautiful Tamlin, because she basically tried to copy the form of Aurora, and that's why Tristan looks the way she does. The sparkly fairy, yeah, dude. And after that, I think that's where we left off, was just Lancelot's backstory. And then we also fought, that's right. So we got a little, last stream we got a little bit of backstory from all the Tamlin. So Gawain, we visited Gawain's village. We got more context between Lancelot and how she came to form with Aurora. And I also wanted to point out, Fairy Knight Lancelot kicked the shit out of Koyanskaya. Koyanskaya was there basically trying to I think Koyanskaya was there attempting to revive Albion to add to her like monster army, right? Because we don't know the full context for, or what Koyanskaya's full plan is just yet, but we know that she's been collecting monsters from every Lostbelt for something. She took the sort of magical monsters or magical creatures from Lostbelt 1, the like white alligator looking motherfuckers. She took the giants from Lostbelt 2. She took the other alligator looking monsters from the Kali from Lostbelt 4. Lostbelt 3 didn't have any monsters, I don't think, so I don't think she got anything from Lostbelt 3, if I'm not mistaken. And Lostbelt 5, I don't think she got anything either. I think she only got things from Lostbelt 1, 2, and 4, unless I'm missing something. But she comes to Lostbelt 6 in looking to add like a really powerful monster to her collection, And it's interesting, when I was looking back at Lostbelt 5, our fight with Koyanskaya, she's called the Beast of Taming, too, which kind of I still don't know what her full plan is, but she's obviously, like, taming a bunch of beasts or monsters from different Lostbelts, right? And so she's taming them and, like, adding them to her army. She came to this Lostbelt specifically looking for a very powerful monster, that being Albion. And so she was like, I don't know if she was trying to revive Albion or do what there in the Black Mud that we visit, but she was trying to do something, and Lancelot comes over knowing that this is where she came from because Lancelot is Albion's, like, front toe or some shit. So Lancelot gets pissed that Koyanskaya is trying to do something and literally, like, shatters her spirit core, like, multiple times, just like she did with Grandpa Muramasa, and kicks Koyanskaya. Like, I don't know if Koyanskaya left the Lostbelt or if she just retreated, but Koyanskaya retreated and she's, like, out of the picture for now. She retreated because she's too weak to fight at the moment, I think is what the dialogue said. And so the last thing with Tristan, so we got some backstory with Lancelot, or Melusine, and then with Bargus / Gawain, and then we also got something with Tristan, and we didn't get a lot of backstory for Tristan, just that we found out that when we fought her and she lost in Gloucester, we went against her and Beryl, by the way, too. It was like a master servant battle against Beryl Gut. And so we go against Beryl Gut, and he doesn't do much, and he admits that, like, we're a better master than him too, and he knows that. He like knows that we're a better master than him because we have better bonds with our servants, and so he knows that he's gonna have to use some, like, backstabby tactics just like he did against Wodyme to actually beat us, and so we got to be on the lookout for him. He's gonna try to backstab us the first second he gets. The first time we let our guard down, he's gonna try to do something. And so we go against them, and when we beat Tristan, the entire crowd recognizes her and understands that she was a prostitute in another town or something like that. And so Tristan, which is kind of funny because she's being super bougie this whole time, saying she's a princess, she's better than everyone, she is so rich and, like, can pay for anything with money and, like, has no end to her wealth, and she, like, literally comes off as the snotty rich girl, when in reality her roots and where she came from are the exact opposite of that. She was a poor prostitute from some rundown village that I think it was Morgan, came through and, like, helped her and saved her from there. And so that was, like, really all we got. We didn't get a lot of backstory after that, so I'm assuming it'll be built on over time, but that's all we have for now to go off of. And I think that's about it. In the stream before last stream too, after we beat Woodwose, Beryl Gut also ate Woodwose's heart, which is Monka S. He said something like, well, you are what you eat, and then, like, gulped down Woodwose's heart. So whatever the fuck that means. I think our theory at the moment is that he's trying to become, like, a fairy, or he's trying to become some kind of fairy human hybrid mutant thing, and that was why he ate the heart of Woodwose. So that's what it sounded like. The dialogue made it sound like that. He's trying to become something, which is pretty fucking creepy. Nasty motherfucker, yeah. He was pretty explicit about it, yeah. He said something along the lines of, like, you are what you eat, and then, like, ate the fucking heart of Woodwose. And then he also made it clear that the spell that they used on Woodwose to actually extract his heart, like, destroyed your soul when you used it, and he said it was his old, like, grandma's witchcraft spell, and so he must come from, like, a line of, like, witches, and he made Tamlin Tristan use it specifically because he knew that it, like, consumed your soul upon use, and he didn't tell her that, obviously, and so there might be some side effects that has on Tristan later on. So if we see, like, something happening with Tristan's soul later on, it's probably because Beryl Gut tricked Tristan into using that spell for him. Sag. All right. Without further ado, though, let's get right into it. I'm tired of waiting. That's the whole recap, everything I remember. Hopefully I didn't skimp out on any, like, big details over the last stream or so. So let's crack a cold one and get into this fragment. It's hard to transform into something unless you take a shortcut before chomping on him. Bro chose Team Jacob. Koyan didn't flee. Oberon met up with her. Remember? That's right. What was the context of that? I think Oberon met up with her and said, like, you're better off leaving the Lostbelt or something like that, maybe? Or did he convince her to stay? One or the other. I can't remember. He convinced her to do something. I can't remember what he did, though. You'll need a cold one. Trust. Oh, no. All right. Let's get into this fragment, though. He convinced her to stay. Okay. Oberon sus. Oh, damn, here's the bell. Orkney, the end of the Fae era 400, after the fall of Londinium. Totorot, where did Ash go? She went to check on the world tree. I mean, the tree of emptiness. She said she's going to wither it until it dies. Then she'll end the Fae era and create a new land. I see. I wish there was something I could do for her, but there isn't. It's all gone. All of it. Everything, Ash. Everything we all worked for. Destroyed. Just like that. For no reason at all. I guess there really isn't any way left to save Britain. What? I feel like we definitely did like a major time skip here on shit that happened in the Fae era. It doesn't feel fair, and I'm the only one who gets to survive. That I get to stay behind in the future. Mash. You've got all that wrong, Mash. You're not staying behind in the future. You're going back home to it. Remember, you never belonged in the Fae era in the first place. So it's good that you're going back. Even Ash said that this would wrap everything up nice and neat. That didn't cheer you up? Fine. If you're that worried about it, I'll make you a special promise. A promise that'll prove coming here to this era wasn't a mistake. A special promise? That's right. You know, I used to be a real jerk before I lost to Ash. I was violent, selfish, and everyone in the Wing clan hated me. But then I joined Ash and went around Britain beating up bad guys with her. It was a lot of fun and all, but it always felt kind of empty, like there was a big hole in my heart. I used to wonder what I really wanted to do, what I should do, and what would bring me real joy. But then you came along and filled that hole for me. Mash, remember when you told me about Habitrot, the fairy from Scotland? I don't know which is me, right? This Lostbelt me or the me from Proper Human History, but I don't care. The other me you described sounds happy. So happy that I've decided that's who I want to be. You gave me a dream worth living for, Mash, and I don't mean the dream of becoming Habitrot from Proper Human History. No, my dream is to see you in a bridal gown, getting happily married. Now that you've given me that dream, I'm gonna hold on to it forever. I'm gonna be grateful that you came here. So you just wait right there, and don't worry about a thing. While you're sleeping, I'm gonna become a great tailor and see off at least 100 brides. That way, maybe my own little wish will come true too. I mean, if I can make 100 brides happy, that'll definitely make me become a real grown-up. Right. It's funny because in the future when we meet Habitrot, we ask her, we're like, what's your dream? And she says, my dream is to see off 100 brides and make 100 bridal gowns. And we're like, oh, nice. Well, what number will Mash be? And she's like, 1. Right. That's right. Knowing you, Totorot, I'm sure you'll become the best seamstress in the world. Right? So there's the promise. It's okay if you forget it as long as you keep waiting here. The next time we meet, I'm gonna be able to make a wonderful dress that'll look absolutely smashing on you. And so, Mash, the first Tam Lin, entered her slumber. It would be wrong for a human girl named Mash to exist in the Fae era, you see. So by insisting that the figure in this coffin was actually the first Tam Lin, there wouldn't be a paradox in the era of the High Queen that was to come. Great thinking, Ash. You know, Ash, I still don't get why you're helping Mash. I'm not too smart, but even I can tell you won't gain anything from it. She has a special spirit origin. Having someone like her working for me will be useful in the future. Gotcha. Well, I don't know much about that kind of stuff, so I'm not gonna ask anything more. You're about to kill the Tree of Emptiness, right? And a whole lot of fairies are gonna die, right? Then our journey together is over. I'm gonna go back to the south and work on my fairy training, and this time, I'll do it for me. See you later, Ash. It's been fun. I see. Goodbye, Totorot. Training for your own sake is all well and good, but don't forget what I taught you either, okay? Many nights and days. My diary, page 14,800. It's been 400 years since that day. I'm now known far and wide as a first-class seamstress. I've seen more than 100 brides off, but my wish hasn't come true. Of course it hasn't. After all, I still haven't been able to make a dress for my first bride, the one I care about more than any other. My legs don't work as well lately, my eyesight is fading, and I can barely hold this pen. Meanwhile, Britain hasn't changed one bit. Ever since Ash quit being its savior, war between the clans has resumed, worse than ever. Now it's year 12,000, the year of the great calamity that occurs once every 1,000 years. Ash said this is when Britain is supposed to come to an end. But I know that it won't. Mash told me it still exists in the future. Okay, nobody should find me in here. I sat down in a corner of a northern cave. As soon as I did, my eyes stopped working, my mouth stopped moving, and my mind started going blank. Huh, I must have been more tired than I thought. Let's see, 2019, Sheffield's Castle Town. I sprinkled the petrification powder Grimir made for me on my head. I hear the world breaking apart far off in the distance. I hear the screams of fairies as they perish. It's the winter storm ringing the bell of revenge. Ash's return from Orkney. The world's end. The last war. There's no more Uther. There's no more Uther. No more Roundtable. No more Ector. No more Grimir. It's just her. And the war of winter. Sorry I couldn't be out there with you, Ash, but fighting just takes too much out of me. This is the end of the Fae era, the moment that makes our entire pilgrimage meaningless. The time a savior vanishes from history and disappears from everyone's memory. So she turned herself into a stone with Kucaster's magic, it sounded like there? Because Grimmer is Kucaster, right? That's his name in this Lostbelt, I think. Sound like she turned herself to stone to wait out the calamity? And that's how she survived, I'm assuming? Coast of the End. Holy fuck, that is a node. Alright, section 19, baby. Let the reading resume. About time we made it. So this is the northmost point in Britain, huh? If this were proper human history as Britain, we'd be right around Edinburgh, I'd say. But it looks like this is about as far north as this version of Britain goes. I'd heard it was cold here, but I still wasn't expecting it to be this cold. It never gets anywhere near this chilly in the south. Is that white stuff snow? It's not as bad as Russia, but it's still freezing. Just look at all this snow. Those are the tears of the Rain Clan. They're all that remain of the Rain Clan after it was wiped from Fae Era 4000. They're a song of grief and admonition to the other clans, and an apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. Who's the Fairy of Paradise? Are you sure Mash is here in Orkney? I'm sure. Sorry I didn't say anything sooner. Hang in there. It won't be much longer now. An apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. Come to think of it, why did the Rain Clan die out? Was it Moors? Northern fairies? Nope. The Wind, Earth, Fang, and Wing clans all joined forces to wipe them out in one night. An alliance between 4 clans? That would definitely be enough to wipe out a single clan. But I thought the clans all hated each other until Morgan united all of Britain. So how and why would that many disparate clans form an alliance like that? Good question. It's hard to imagine that happening unless they all hated the Rain clan more, a strong common enemy and all that. Were the other clans just that afraid of the Rain clan? Were they just that powerful? Not at all. The Rain clan was a quiet, peaceful clan, just like the Mir clan. The whole reason they took up a residence here in the north was out of desire not to fight the clans in the south. Then, why? Because they helped the Fairy of Paradise. They took pity on her when she was washed up here from Paradise and raised her as their princess, like she was one of their own. The other clans, well, they didn't like that at all. They were all, no way we're letting her go on her pilgrimage. All those traitors need to die for this. Traitors? What do they even mean by pilgrimage? Sorry, no more chit-chat for now. We've got someone here to welcome us to Orkney. Damn you, Habitrot. Okay, wizard, you keep your secrets. Oh, here he is. This is, I believe, Kucaster's name is Grimmer here, right? Oh, wow, what a beautiful wolf. And its fur looks so warm. Yeah, there's almost something godly about it. Wait, it actually has real divinity? But there's no gods in Britain. Does that mean there's a divine spirit somewhere nearby? It's heading off that way. Do you think it wants us to follow it? Yep. There's a little boat just up ahead I used a long time ago. We can take it up to Orkney. Don't worry, it's only a 30-minute ride, and once we get there, my adventure will be over. All right. Orkney. Wow. It looks like the White Wolf's heading towards a campfire? Yeah, and there's another wolf there, along with... Hey there. Hey, there you are, Frecky. Want some fish munnin caught? That's a servant, Max. This mean there's been another proper human history servant besides Oberon here? No, wait. I recognize that robe. Hmm? Hey, Max. About time you got here. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Cuckoo Lane? Am I saying that right? Cuckoo Lane! Cuckoo Lane? Whoa there, am I not calling me that? It really drags this Spirit Origins output down. Round here, I've gone by Grimmer for a long time. A long, long time. Don't forget it. Grimmer? Come to think of it, I do remember there being an old fairy by that name in Europe, but... Wasn't that also the name for the Norse Allfather? What, you didn't tell him about me, Habitrot? Not even after I bailed you out of Sheffield? Yikes, there was so much happening back then that I didn't realize at the time, but you've gotten old, Grimmer. What are you talking about? I'm as young as I ever was. I don't know what my predecessor was like, but I'm the second generation, sorry to disappoint. Man, I had no idea time could be so brutal. Ash would drop dead in shock if she saw you now. You're Grimmer the Sage, Cuchulainn? How's that work? Can you tell me what the hell's going on here? Sure. I'll be glad to fill you in. Not like this is our first time meeting, is it? But first, I've got to see if the Child of Prophecy there is the real deal or not. Damn, this guy really means business. Is it alright if we fight back, Max? I think so. Just another of the endless tests of skill, I think. Got it. It seems this man's much less nice than your usual acquaintances, Max. I don't know why, but something tells me this guy really rubs me. Something about this guy really rubs me the wrong way. Come on, let's get him. Emiya Ku moment. What do they got? When HP reaches 0, increase Grimmer this age is charged to max. Oh, shit. Lostbelt 2 battle theme? Let's go. Sus. Wait a second. Wait, they're way tankier than I thought they were gonna be. What the fuck? Okay. He's planning to cheese this with Gong, but he spammed his PFA multiple times. We do enjoy the spam. Not. Okay, nice. I don't know if I want to open this up yet. Chat, I got cookies and cream Pocky today. Yes, sir. How to use double Van Gogh? Share? I got you. So the Child of Prophecy likes to gang up on heroic spirits she never met before, huh? Alright, I see how it is. I have nothing to say to a kid who can't even be civil. Go on, get out of here. But you were the one who said to bring it on, isn't that right, Max? Hell, you were the one who said you should fight him. Grimmer didn't say anything like that. I don't remember him saying anything like that. Huh? Seriously? Now you're starting to sound like Oberon. Yep, that's Grimmer, all right. He might be all grown up now, but he's still mean as ever. All right, Grimmer, tell us what's going on here. How long have you been back in Britain? How long have you been back? That sounds like... Grimmer, this wouldn't happen to be your second time being summoned here, would it? If so, would the first time be long ago, like back in the Fae era, and the second time be, well, now? Oh, we've got a clever one here, Guess you'd have to be, since you've already saved humanity once. Anyway, I think that's enough joking for now. Now that I've crossed stabs with you, I can tell for sure that you're the Child of Prophecy, the Fairy of Paradise. Allow me to introduce myself again. I'm Grimmer the Sage. My true name is Kukulane. I'm a heroic spirit from proper human history. 6,000 years ago, I was summoned here at the divine spirit of Odin. Oh, as the divine spirit of Odin? Ooh. This time around, I've been standing guard here day and night for the last year on Odin's behalf. Oh, that's why it's the Lostbelt 2 theme, huh? Interesting. A divine spirit? So then, is this one of those god beings you told me about, Max? But he's so affable, he's not the least bit majestic. That's about the reaction I was going for. You're a lot more amiable than I expected. You're right, I'm not all that majestic. I might be here as Odin's proxy, but I'm still just another heroic spirit, like that old man over there. So how about you just call me Grimmer? You know, like a friendly older brother sort. Ha! Older brother. If you're here as a divine spirit proxy, then you're just as much of an old man on the inside as I am. No way! I'm young in mind and body. Know why? Cause I bit it before I got old. I wonder why those two get along so poorly. Oh, she was whispering, whoops. I wonder why those two get along so poorly. I bet a whole fate thing. Yeah. I think it's because they're actually a lot alike. I bet it's a whole fate thing, yeah. But never mind that. I've got some explaining to do first, don't I? Unfortunately, my role here is more than a little complicated. So I think I'll start by clearing that stuff up. Listen up, Max. You too, Child of Prophecy. First up, my relation to Chaldea. I'm the same heroic spirit you formed a contract with in Fiyuki. Yeah, I did get reset when I went back to the Throne of Heroes, but I retained my records of you, Olga Marie, and King Arthur, who's still holding her ground here. I see. You're talking about Singularity F, or Singularity X as the Chaldeas defined it? The one that took place in Fiyuki in 2004. I've seen the data on that incident too, and I'm pretty sure any servants that had been dismissed would never bring back records with them. You can thank my divine spirit for stepping in on that. Hell, in my case, you could even call it the counterforce. The god who gave me this authority explicitly said he wanted me to watch over you guys from Chaldea. He's also the god of magecraft and wisdom, see, and apparently he looked into the future, saw we needed to do something here before things got real bad. Solomon? By here, he meant Fiyuki and Britain, and by do something, he meant... Well, it seems to come down to, in a word, recovery. See, this god has had his eye on this Lostbelt for a hell of a long time, a multi-dimensional eye, specifically. He first summoned me here 6,000 years ago to aid the fairies of paradise. That was the first Grimmer the Sage. He was a pseudo-servant possessing a local fairy's body. I remember, he was about 14,000 years old, and he had a sword instead of a staff. Did he now? Well, ain't that something. What kind of kid was he? He was a real brat, always getting into trouble. Ash leaned on him a lot, though. So you and I used to be battle buddies. That's good to hear. Yep. After we parted ways with Ash, the two of us talked a lot. Wait a second. What is the, What class is the, Chibiku? He's a saber. Wait a second. I wonder if there's a connection there. That's like still a long time out, so we'll find. Spoiler, yeah. He's a really good welfare in 2 years, yeah. Interesting. Well, I just knew he was a unit, so I was like, wait a second. I know that Ku Saber is a unit coming out in the future. That's interesting. Cool. Peepo noted, yeah. What's up, Rio? You have at 110 on JP? Nice. It's a dagger to be exact. Gotcha. Huh. Cool. That's a cool thing to pick up on, at least. He was a real brat, always getting into trouble. Ash leaned on him a lot, though. So you and I used to be battle buddies. That's good to hear. Yep. After we parted ways with Ash, the two of us talked a lot. You made that magic powder for me and came up with a plan, then disappeared during the Great Calamity, right? Okay, that is what it was, because she called him Grimmer. So that was Chibi-Ku back then, gave her the magic powder to turn her to stone so she could survive the Great Calamity, it sounds like. Yep, the previous Grimmer disappeared because Ash revoked his contract or because she killed the Tree of Emptiness. Revoked his contract? But before he disappeared, Odin left some insurance in the form of a countermeasure to be implemented if this Lostbelt swapped places with reality. He knew that once humanity's everybody dies ending, the incineration of humanity, had been resolved, there'd be no avoiding the bad ending, the reconstruction of humanity. All the necessary conditions were in place. So he figured the least he could do was handle the issue here to take some sort of load off of Chaldea. And I'm the pseudo-servant he chose to help resolve that. In the first phase, he conferred his authority upon me, making me a caster. Then I showed up at Point X, Fiyuki, and formed a bond with Chaldea. After that, he sent me here to Britain, where humanity would be in a real dire straits if someone didn't step in. What? That's pretty cool. Though I had no idea about Grimmer the Sage before I got here. The only thing I inherited was my duty as a divine spirit of proper human history. I didn't know the first thing about this place. I was in the same boat as Max in that regard. That's cool. That, essentially, what all that is, they're just, like, trying to fill the plot holes. I like that. I wish there was, like, that happened a little more often, because there's still some plot holes you can find every now and then. Like, this is basically just filling plot holes, I think. It's pretty cool. It was revealed to me in a dream. I've arrived at the point of no return. Your brain will force you to keep reading this amazing story. Oh, really? Okay. We'll keep going then. Sorry if I don't read chat as much too, guys, because if I'm just tunnel visioned on the story, you know that I'm just trying to get through it and I'm focusing. I didn't know the first thing about this place, and I was in the same boat as Max in that regard. So after I was summoned here, I spent a year investigating what had happened in the era of the High Queen. I learned about the calamities, the clans, Morgan, the Tamlin, the transformation of the Fae era to the era of the High Queen. And once I saw that in the bell tower here, I put most of the pieces together. I knew then that my job was to wait for you guys here, to ensure that the pilgrimage succeeded, and to get the Fairy of Paradise back to paradise. So, what does that all mean exactly? Don't overthink it. It's just like Fiyuki. From here on, I'm gonna accompany you on your journey. I'll act as one of your servants and all that. In exchange, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to fulfill Ainzel's prophecy, the promise Ash couldn't keep. I guess Kid me was too soft to get the job done, but that's the job Grimmer the Sage is here to do. So Ash didn't fulfill the prophecy. And it sounds like, okay, so it sounds like fulfilling the prophecy is definitely a good thing. I was kind of on edge because I didn't understand what fulfilling the prophecy entailed. Like if that was actually good for humanity or not, or if it was like more of, because the prophecy was made by fairies, right? So I assumed that there was a possibility the prophecy wasn't a good thing to fulfill. But I trust Ku-caster. So if Ku is a proper human history servant, I still don't trust Oberon one bit. Fuck that guy. And so if Ku-caster says that fulfilling the prophecy is the right way to go, I trust him. So that's where we're at. Lore. Oberon is nice though? No, I don't. Sussing Oberon? I've been sussing Oberon since fucking day one of this Lostbelt, bro. Oberon is the Hobie? No way, bro.
It's an awful roundabout way of summoning a servant to help, but I'm glad to have you on board, Grimmer the Sage. First off, we'd love to hear what you know about the Fae era and the era of the High Queen, but before that...
You don't gotta tell me. You're here looking for the shield girl, right? You're more worried about your trusted partner's safety than about fixing humanity. I know it's not very sagely, but personally, I couldn't agree more with that stance. Besides, I'm sure she knows way more about the Fae era than I do, so you may as well hear it from her instead. Thanks, Ku. Are you sure about this? No, thanks, Ku. He's the homie. Oh, two-handed handshake. Dude, I've got fucking eyelash in my eye. No ripe bananas indeed. Oh, a grateful two-handed handshake, huh? Now that's how young people ought to be.
So, you know where Mash is? Then, does that mean...
Yep, she's by the Bell of Pilgrimage. See that broken down castle over there? The bell tower is right at the top. Well, that makes this simple. Come on, Max, let's go get her. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. We got some real nasty things to get past on the way there, of course. They look like some kind of ghost you'd see wandering around in foggy woods, but they're all way tougher than you'd think. We've still got to get past them, of course, but don't go thinking they're weak just because they're ghosts. In fact, if things go wrong, you might find these creatures much harder to fight than any other enemy you've faced so far. Ruler? I know who I'm taking. Harder than Zeus, question mark? Whoa, why is there no music? It's kind of creepy. Why is there no music? This is creepy. Spish got replaced, yep. She got to bomb 10. They were hard? What was that about? Huh? What was that about the ghosts being the hardest enemies we've faced so far? I don't understand the suspension for Oberon. He has a cool pet moth thing named Blanca. It's cool. I trust Blanca more than I trust Oberon. Zeus got nothing on them. Here, I think now that we're done farming, I'm gonna swap her to her third ascension. Oh yeah, I should probably throw on the new art CE too. I started leveling that thing up too. This fog is nuts. The ghosts, they were... Oh, who the ghosts were was important, huh? It's pretty rare when a sprite actually like matters story-wise for like mobs that you're just killing. The ghosts were hang on. Camelot Knights. Knights from Camelot, huh? Don't be hasty. The bell tower's not going anywhere. We need to take it nice and slow through this fog if we're gonna stick together. Hey, Grimmer, we've covered enough ground by now that we ought to be at that bell tower. Hell, we just went up a big staircase a little while ago, so why are these things?
What can I say? This stuff happens. Druids aren't usually the ones to commune with the dead. But what the hell? They're asking you if you're qualified. Looks like they really don't want you to go up ahead. What do you say, Max? Want to wait here until the fog clears up?
No, I don't see that happening. No, I may not be qualified, but I'm going ahead anyway.
You heard the man, gents. We appreciate your warning, but you needn't have bothered. What are you guys still doing here anyway? Souls are supposed to reincarnate. Here, how about we help speed that along?
Want Sultra so bad, but I'm not going to summon on the story banner for a minuscule chance at her, which sucks because she has no rate ups. Yeah. Don't summon on the story banner. I can attest to that myself. Oh, look at this. Knights of the Round Table. We got Gawain, Tristan, and Lancelot. What the hell are they doing here? Oh my god, the charm, dude. Thanks for the follow, Devil. Appreciate it.
We made it to the top. There's the bell tower, just like Grimmer said. And over there...
Whoa.
Mash! Is she sealed in ice?
Man, I wanted to take a screenshot of that. I couldn't get the words down. Habitrot, silence, ... You always know whenever it shows Habitrot with the ... she knows some shit that she's not telling.
That's right. She's been in this coffin for the past 2,400 years, since Fae Era 400. 2,400 years? But why? Your guess is as good as mine. You'll have to ask her about that yourself. But according to the notes in first Grimmer left, the coffin spell should be lifted once the Master touches it. You made it. You two are finally reunited. However, it looks like there's still one last obstacle left to overcome. You won't be able to get near the coffin or the bell unless you do something about those things. Give 'em hell, Artoria. You're the only one who can beat 'em. Are you okay with this, Habitrot? Even though they're calling your name? I'm fine. You're just hearing things. Go on, Artoria. Get 'em. This terrace, beloved by a group of gentle, peaceful fairies, is Orkney's holiest place. The ancient era these spirits belong to is long over. It's time that they left.
What the fuck? What? Where's... Oh, we can't have a Castoria, can we? She's probably on the line. Okay. Oh, I can use follows because it's story. Yo, we're using Pocket Shocks coins, guy. This is canon. This is how this this is how this fight goes in the story. Have you decided if you're gonna 120 Salter yet? Have the Shinjuku girls both at 120? I think I am, yeah. There's a few other servants I want to get to 100 first, though. Knight of Lund. Wait a second. Savior. Oh. Is that OG Arthur? Oh, look at MASH in the background, too. That's cool. You have OG Arthur and Castoria ghosts, and they're calling Habitrot's name? Oh, fuck. I fucked up, chat. They can do it, I believe. I want to feel the farm with Miss Shiniko, but I gotta wait until the story comes out. Ooh. The sad jam. Okay, dude.
よかろうよかろうどうだあがく蹂躙してやろう
Fuck, this motherfucker gonna hit hard. Rip. Fuck, we got no buffs either. Oh shit, dude. If this doesn't get it, we dead.
屍の山に沈め崩落せよエクスカリバーモルガン
Fuck.
どうだ張り合いない蹂躙してやろう
Alright. Looks like we go again. Ouch. We do have ley line stones. You'll be missed, Max. All right. Let's try that again and make sure we actually are prepared for the NP this time. Oh, is this the beginning of the Mash and Ice? Can I get a screenshot of her in the ice? Is there a way for me to bring down the text, I wonder? No? Oh, bro, you're kidding me. I can't drag down this text? Damn you. All right. I'm thinking Merlin, actually, just to have the invincibility on command. Yeah, because it's not like we need to fire the NP off that many times in a row, so let me go Merlin here. Hang on. Could send you to CG later? Oh, hell yeah. Raw images are on Atlas Academy? Gotcha, okay. I did not know that.
光の子やんすかや登場雑魚の皆様全霊神このほどをリラックスリラックス聖剣解放はち切れそうでしょ
Oh my god. Okay, wait. Castoria is dead. The savior. Or I guess that's Ash's ghost, I'm assuming? Arthur! Oh, it's just a mass crystal with a white background? Weird. Oh, we didn't break the thing though. Fuck. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. God damn it.
OK お任せよいいですね悪いね取ったまだまだ
Excuse me. The battle to determine who's the better Arthur.
猫の手のがマシだったかな。
マスター、怒らないから。
Alright,
あまり脆い。あまり脆い。これは人類を守る戦いである。黙れ。お任せよ。この明かりは星の希望。死を照らす命の証。見るがいい。エクスカイバー。
Not the Spartacus, bro.
前例を見せる。この道に勝利を。逃がしはしない。見るの大変。ええ、よかろう。束ねる星の息吹。輝ける命の本領。
Yes, I do believe I'm gonna read for edgy Halloween girl. I'm excited for her story too, because she's a foreigner, right?
鐘の音が聞こえる。
Oh, fucking one tap, yeah. Poor Spartacus. A part of me really wants to grail Spartacus, like, or he's already got a grail in him. He's level 70, but I kind of want to grail him to 100. It's so many grails, though. Aww. Wasn't that... Where have I... You did good, Artoria. I think you've both come to terms with things now. Once you ring that bell, Orkney's role will be over. But first things first. Go ahead and touch the coffin, Max. Once you do, she'll be back to normal. Lickety-split. Approach slowly, run up to her immediately. Oh, there we go. Bum bum bum. Mash is surely going to have amazing tales to tell us about her adventure in the past. Why? This was supposed to be the greatest day in Britain's history. Everything was supposed to change for the better. But they killed Uther. They slaughtered my entire round table like they were just trash. They asked the world of us. They thought the world of Uther. But now they've poisoned him. They were too afraid to even face him. Cowards! Uther, talk to me. Uther, say something. Please say something. Just open your eyes. I never let failure stop me. I've kept trying all these thousands of years. Am I doomed to fail here too? Is it still not enough? Am I not enough? Is it not... Can I not save Britain? Is there no Britain that can be mine? I cannot voice act that at the moment. Peace, equality. I never should have tried for either. How dare they? How dare they? I will never forgive them. Ever!
I was born in Britain over 3,000 years ago. I've defeated every calamity I've faced until today. But I was always hated afterwards, never praised, never loved. Then, one day, after I awoke from the latest of so many hibernations, I'd been forced to hide. I've been forced to hide from the fairies. I finally understood. My enemy wasn't just the calamities, it was the fairies of Britain as well. They were pure and innocent in the truest sense. They enjoyed both good and evil things alike without losing either that purity or innocence. They are, at their core, no different than those loathsome humans who drove me from Britain. So I crushed every possible source of malice, vested interests, discrimination, oppression, envy, mockery, all of it. I tore up every weed to prevent malice from taking root, and all with their knowledge and consent. Maybe not every fairy agreed, but by and large, they understood what I did would create a better future and supported it. But just enough malice remained. A few fairies took one look at the foundation of peace so many had worked so hard to build, and tore it apart because they didn't like it, because they could. I give up. Even if all of this has failed, if it's all come to nothing, then I can never believe in people's so-called goodness, nor ever understand it. Even if I did, what would be the point? Everything I did, everything I worked for, was just a waste of time. After all the times they betrayed me, I should have known better. But I still clung foolishly to a sliver of hope. And now, because I wasted my time caring about something so utterly absurd, I've failed yet again. If my intent to keep Britain alive, if that's what I want, then I was a fool to think being its savior was the way to accomplish it. No more. I will find another way. A better way. That's it. I won't deliver the fairies' absolution. I won't deliver salvation. Enough of this fairy of paradise, of believing Avalon le Fae. I should have ruled this land from the start.
There she is! It's Ash, the agitator. Capture her alive. The clan heads have ordered that she be made to stand trial.
Wait, stop! I'm not Ash. I'm not. But wait, who am I? Who am I? I heard a fairy screaming in the distance. She wasn't me. She was the one who sold us out to the clan heads. I used my magecraft to erase her memories and make her look like me. Once again, everyone will believe Ash the Savior is dead. This time, she won't come back. Why concern myself with the calamities? I can't be bothered to stop every little act of destruction. I have a more important task to focus on. In 400 years, before the great calamity arrives, the Tree of Emptiness, a needle made on a foreign planet to close the seam in the universe. I already know how it works. It's beautifully designed, but that is of no consequence to me. Take the rest of the universe for all I care, celestial sphere, but Britain is mine. I'm going to end this cosmic fantasy and make my own dream come true. No more of this Lostbelt what-if obscurity. I will make my Britain real, even if I must stitch it into the fabric of this planet myself. Londinium is destroyed. The Savior has no doubt been executed in Salisbury by now. Ector has already gone his own way. It is only us heading to Orkney. You were right all along, Mash. Our whole pilgrimage was for nothing.
The first Tamlin, that's Habitrot, right?
What? No, that's not... Please, don't look so sad. I've grown used to this. Besides, everything, all of this, even the conversation we're having now, is merely a hypothetical the Tree of Emptiness is creating. It doesn't matter what we do. The Fae era is going to end, and the era of the High Queen, will begin. Ash's failure was probably inevitable. I just couldn't handle the way things ended. That's all. Ash. Londinium is destroyed, Ash is executed, and the first Tam Lin goes to Orkney, along with her coffin. That's how the Savior's tale ended in the era of the High Queen you came from. So we need to make sure that's exactly how things turn out, or there'll be paradoxes when you wake up. The Fae era will last 400 more years, then, in its 12,000th year, the next great calamity will destroy everything, and the era of the High Queen will begin without the Tree of Emptiness. Once the era of the High Queen begins, you will be unable to act as Mash until after the calamity of Norwich in 2019. If you do anything at all as Mash, the world will see you as a paradox from the Fae era and erase you. I see. So the moment I was sent into the Fae era with the water mirror, I was bound to live out the rest of my life in it.
Okay, there's so much context we're missing then. So the first Tam Lin is Mash, but Habitrot was also called the Tam Lin in the past, which is why I was thinking she was the first Tam Lin. So there must have been so much shit we missed in between when Mash first arrived there and when she left that wasn't covered, as of right now at least.
I see. So the moment I was sent into the Fae era with the water mirror, I was bound to live out the rest of my life in it. And to get back to the time I came from, I needed to be inside a quantum coffin. That's right. Even though we know how ray shifting works, we can't travel through space-time without a coffin. That is probably exactly why Morgan only sends calamities back into the Fae era. The Fae era can tolerate a few inconsistencies as long as the era of the High Queen remains intact. Nothing else matters to her. I doubt she cares at all about the suffering the calamities she sends back into the Fae era will cause. Besides, to be perfectly honest, I knew how this was going to turn out. Even if you had never come back from the future to make it clear, I've always known the Savior will fail. Huh? So you already knew that the Fae era would end and the era of the High Queen would follow it? No, that part I didn't know. But by the year you came from AD 2019 or 14,019 in Fae era terms, Britain would have already been destroyed. That's what happened in the first Lostbelt Britain, the real one. But I didn't like that, so I came to the Fae era from the future, just like you. From my perspective, this has always been the second version of this world. Though now that you're here, I suppose you could call it the third. Or maybe it's just a slightly different take on the second, since we kept the basic chain of events the same. Can I ask you something? Does that mean your real name is... Oh, good. It looks like Totorot found us a small boat. Come on, let's go, Mash. That is, Galahad, first of the Tam Lin. That is your name, now that you are going into the coffin.
Yeah. If I can only get the Pocky open. Her real name is Mike from the bar. All along, Mike. You've been playing us for fools. The Da Vinci was all just a plan to make us think you were some dumb bartender, but you are the true mastermind.
Have you said your goodbyes to Totorot? I see. So she made a promise to you. I think I'd better explain something to you, Galahad. When the Fae era transitions into the era of the High Queen, all the information that was added in this new second version of the world will be erased. The era of the High Queen will be a continuation of the events from the original second version. The first and new second versions will never have existed. The only thing that will carry over is you, sleeping in this coffin. In 400 years, when the era of the High Queen has begun, I don't think even I will remember you. More precisely, I will become the second version of myself once again. So if a fairy were to try and bring memories from this new second version into the era of the High Queen, then the world will perceive that fairy as a foreign element, a being who was never part of the second version's Fae era. You mean, it'll be as though she never existed in this history? I'll do my best to prevent that from happening. As long as no one perceives the contradiction in history, she should be able to exist. It's no trouble. I already intended to have forgot everything I'm about to tell you as long as you remain in Britain anyway. Listen to me closely, Galahad. What I'm about to tell you now is for you after you wake up from your slumber. If you and Chaldea should succeed at excising Morgan's fairy Britain, then the battle that awaits you in the next Lostbelt will be the same as the one I face. It will be a battle to make peace with your own heart, a battle to understand life itself. As good as your reasons to fight have been, you've lacked the will to do so. You may not have been aware of it, but you've been thinking of the power to hurt others, to hurt the world, as something bad. Consequently, you've been running from it. But everyone has the ability to cause harm, and the responsibility that comes with it. It isn't that humans want to do good, they just keep choosing things they think will give them the best possible future. And there's no right answer to those choices, no matter how many people they may end up saving. Since there are no right answers, you must decide for yourself what to protect, and what you will fight against, Galahad. You will come to know many hearts and minds, and all will be different. Some will try to understand, some will refuse to give up. Some will be accepting, some will refuse to succumb to hate. Some will try to shake hurt off, some will refuse to be corrupted or influenced. But no matter how wonderful a person may be, they will never have a heart free of conflict. Every heart has its battles to fight. Please try to stop running from that. Because when the hole in your heart is filled with a reason to fight that's all your own, then Galahad will once again entrust you with all of his power. No heart is free of conflict, no matter what sort of person you are? That's right. You'll probably have forgotten this by the time you wake, but when the time comes, I will make sure you remember. Though even I can't say whether you'll become someone different like I did, or if you'll remain yourself as you continue to grow. This is goodbye. Oh, one final thing. You should know that even if you should meet me after you wake up, I won't know you. I may think of the coffin I left here after you caught up in the Watermere in Norwich. I may even realize what it all means, but I'm quite sure that the me you meet then will no longer be Ash. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you so much for everything, Ash. Even if you knew how things were gonna turn out, I still think your journey did the name Savior justice. Well, sure, we gave it all we had, didn't we? Farewell, brave knight of the future. In light of your achievements, I'll let you in on a little secret. Ash the Savior isn't my real name. My adoptive mother gave it to me from Orkney after Orkney was destroyed. My true name is Morgan. There it is. I'm Avalon le Fae, the fairy of paradise who washed up here from the planet's inner sea to save Britain. I'm also King Arthur's arch enemy, the witch who destroyed all of Britain in proper human history. That is the name of this Lostbelt's king who awaits you in the distant future, the one Chaldea must defeat. Yeah, literally that would have been a big plot twist for me if it weren't for the fucking Annie 8 servant, dude. Fucking dumb. The ice! It's breaking.
Gasp. Oh, that's beautiful. Eggplant! Whoa, I've got you, Mash.
Is this Orkney? I think I was just told something really important.
Are you awake now?
Senpai?
Yeah, it's me. Welcome back, Mash. For good this time.
Right. I'm back, Senpai. I've been on a very, very long journey. There are so many things I want to tell you. There's Sheffield, the Fae era, and Ash the Savior, the one who sent me back here.
And so, at long last, she and Max were reunited. Finally freed from the coffin, he took her in his arms and held her tight. They embraced warmly, but quietly, each treasuring the other's presence. Upon seeing this heartwarming and eye-searing sight, I found myself letting out a sigh of relief and disappointment. The mage from the world of humans, a young man upon whom others placed a crushing burden, regardless of how he felt about it. Sure, he isn't perfect. He lied, obfuscated, and made plenty of mistakes. But it was also abundantly clear that he was doing his best to hide his dissatisfaction, no matter how much he tried to cover it up. That's why I couldn't help but come with him all this way. But now, I can see he has a true friend, one he really cares about. That's great. It makes sense, really. He would never have made it this far if he hadn't put his trust in others. Of course, I should have known that he and I were nothing alike. Happy Cat? What does she mean by that?
That's everything I experienced here in Britain. To sum up, there have been 2 iterations of the Fae eras. Ash the Savior has been alive for 6,000 years, and she's also actually Queen Morgan. And while Ash wasn't capable of it, as Queen Morgan, she's able to ray-chef things. Finally, Ash also referred to herself as the Fairy of Paradise. Does any of that help? Definitely. If nothing else, I now have a pretty good idea as to how the era of the High Queen, that is, the current era of the Fairy Britain, came about.
You do? I didn't get it at all. My only thought after hearing all that was, I guess Japan ain't the only island nation whose people had nothing better to do than fight each other.
Believe me, that's got nothing to do with being islands. It's pretty much the same in Europe. Wherever there are territorial, religious, and/or class differences, you're gonna get war.
Ayo, that's facts.
That said, since an island nation obviously doesn't have to worry about invaders as much thanks to its lack of adjoining land, that warfare does inevitably end up being waged among its own people. But even so, there's something off about this Britain. Sure, it's had more than its fair share of problems, like the lack of land, lack of humans, and a different ethnic group taking up residence in the form of northern fairies. But even so, they should have all been able to put aside their differences and come together as a nation sooner. And yet, it sounds like there was no end of war all during the Fae era, no matter how many times the Savior smoothed things over. Do you know what the cause of that constant discord was, Max?
The calamities? The fairies of paradise? Yeah, sounds more like the fairies. We still don't really know why the calamities happen, I don't think. But the fairies, it sounded like Ash in that flashback made it pretty clear that the fairies were the problem because they're pure and innocent beings down to a T, so much so that they like view right and wrong things as the same. There's no difference.
Excuse me. That's right, the Fairies of Paradise, Avalon le Fae. In addition to the clan's turf war, their main dispute was what to do about her. Their opinions were split right down the middle.
Oh wait, the Fairy of Paradise. So Ash the Self, wait, what the cause of the constant discord was? Because she was constantly trying to make things right, or what? I don't know.
In addition to the clan's turf war, their main dispute was what to do about her. Their opinions were split right down the middle. But before we get into that, I think we'd better clear up what exactly the Fairy of Paradise is. Isn't that right, Artoria? Go on, then. It's about time you told them the duty you've known about since... No. The duty you were given when you were born.
Easy, Grimmer. You don't have to be that hard on her.
You mean I didn't tell you already? That's weird. Guess it slipped my mind. Okay, I can tell you now then. It's not like it's any big secret after all. As you can probably guess from the name, the Fairy of Paradise is a fairy that was sent from Avalon, the planet's inner sea. The duty part, though, that's a little vague. When I was born, I heard a voice telling me, venture into Britain and right its wrongs. That's it. That's all I got. I think it must have been the same for my predecessor, the Fairy of the Lake. Apparently, the Fairy of Paradise is a star seed that washed up on Earth's surface from paradise. If she's lucky enough to take root on the surface, she then becomes an infant of sorts and keeps growing like a human until she reaches her mature form. Most fairies seem to either love her or hate her for that. Morgan must have been a star seed when she washed up on Orkney all those years ago. The Rain Clan's leader then raised her as a daughter, which ultimately led to Orkney being destroyed. In my case, I'm guessing I first washed up in the Lake District, after which the Mir Clan leader threw me out to the sea. It was probably sheer luck that the fairies of Tintagel found me and rescued me.
So the clan saw the Fairy of Paradise as their enemy?
Well, yeah, but not all of them. If nothing else, the head of the Rain Clan raised Morgan like she was her own daughter. Though that also led to the other clans putting aside their differences just to wipe them out. It's the upper class fairies with the most prominent bloodlines who must hate and fear Fairies of Paradise. And that's because they don't want her to form a new clan? She wasn't born in Britain? That's right. The Fairy of Paradise may be a fairy, but she's not a British fairy. As far as the clans are concerned, both Morgan and Artoria are invaders from a foreign land. Well, more specifically, they see them as the Isle's rightful heirs. The Rain Clan heard the voice of Paradise and decided to follow the Fairy of Paradise. They believe Morgan was truly meant to be the Isle's king. For them, the pilgrimage was probably a ritual meant to return Britain to its rightful king. But the other clans, Wind, Earth, Fang, and Wing, refused to accept that. Instead, they all banded together to destroy the Rain Clan in their own hometown of Orkney. Right, that's the fall of Orkney that took place in Fae Era 4000. But the Fairy of Paradise survived that attack and began a journey to save Britain under the name Ash. Yep, that was probably the key point. How do you mean? Let's go over the whole timeline briefly to make sure we're all on the same page. Thank you. I hope you don't mind, Artoria, but it'll make things easier for all of us if we use the BC mentioning when we're counting.
Okay, I need this timeline recap desperately. I'm so fucking confused right now.
12,000 BC, the British Lostbelt, a world comprised solely of fairies, comes into existence. 11,000 BC, this is probably when the first Great Calamity struck. 6,000 BC, Britain's landmass grows out as far as we can see to Scotland. The southern fairies encounter the northern fairies who had been living off the woods formed on Albion's remains, and the War of Spring begins. After the war, the Rain clan and the Mir clan build their own kingdoms, where the war was fought. 4000 BC, the Fairy of Paradise washes up on Orkney, which is summarily destroyed by the clan alliance. 2000 BC, the Northern Fairies arrive on British soil once again from the Ireland to the west. This leads to the War of Summer, which would have wiped out the clans if Ash hadn't stepped in to broker peace. The Northern Fairies are then welcomed into Britain as the new clan, the King clan. 400 BC, the War of Autumn, the Round Table, a group of humans and human sympathizers begin an armed uprising in the name of peaceful coexistence. This leads to Uther, a human knight, being recognized by the clans as the first king of Britain. But then, in Londinium, on the day of Uther's coronation, a group of insurrectionists destroy the Round Table. Uther is poisoned, Ash is executed, and the Savior is never seen in Britain again. But we know now from the backstory that the Ash that was executed wasn't Ash at all. It was like a normal girl that she had tricked into thinking she was Ash, and Morgan, the real Ash, got away. And finally, we come to 1 BC, the year a great calamity wipes out most of the fairies in Britain and puts an end to the Fae era. That's a rough timeline of the major events of the Fae era based on all the information we have so far. Okay, what was it? I'm so confused on why they said there were like multiple different Britons, because I assume with time travel, the theory with, there is a popular theory with time travel, and time travel works differently in like every fucking media you come across. I'm assuming this time travel is more similar to the like Marvel sort of time travel in the Endgame movie, where when they go back in time, it actually doesn't affect the future. But then they talked about paradoxes, but I think that was more so the universe would purge you if it knew you didn't belong there. So that wasn't necessarily the past affecting the future in any way. That was just something not supposed to exist in that timeline. But I'm assuming that the way time travel works here is it's not the past can affect the future, because the past that you would have been sent back into isn't the past connected to that timeline. It's a different past timeline altogether. And it sounds like Ash's timeline, where Mash came from, was purged altogether because it was a Lostbelt. And the Lostbelt we're in currently isn't a Lostbelt at all. I'm still trying to pin all that together. I'm confused there, but we'll keep going. That's a rough timeline of the major events of the Fae era based on all the information we have so far. So, what's this key point you mentioned? What else? The point where the timeline diverges into a first and second version. Okay, she's going to explain it right here. In the first version, the original timeline, the Fairy of Paradise must have been killed in Orkney during the massacre in 4000 BC. In that timeline, Britain experienced a number of catastrophes, and in 1 BC, it ultimately became a completely dead wasteland. There may have still been a few straggling survivors, but the land would never again gain the numbers it needed to flourish as a seed. I'd guess that for the next 2,000 years or so, it became a vast wasteland where lower-class fairies were just barely able to eke out a subsistence-level existence with nothing in the way of civilization. But if the Fairy of Paradise survives the attack in 4000 BC, then we get Fairy Britain we know, huh? Then we get the Fairy Britain we know now, huh? Gotcha. So she really is protecting Britain, at least technically. That's right, over 90% of the fairy population was wiped out by the Great Calamity of 1 BC. That's when the debt they incurred at Londinium finally caught up with them. It all happened on an unprecedented scale. There was the Calamity of the Beast, which devoured the fairies, cities, and the Calamity of the Flame, which razed everything to the ground. According to the first Grimmer notes, those are the two calamities that ended the British Lostbelt. However, we still don't know what she did. We still don't know how she did it, but it was after that all went down that Morgan became a new era. She must have used a spell powerful enough to wither the whole damn Tree of Emptiness. That was when she stopped the British Lostbelt from ending there and revived it as Fairy Britain. Yup, and when she did, the fairies who'd
nearly been driven to extinction came back as their next generation successors. And just a few months later, things were back to normal, with the clans at each other's throats again. I'm still so fucking confused. And just a few months later, things were back to normal, with the clans at each other's throats again. That was when an invader appeared, one that had all the fairies quaking in their boots. She came from Orkney, Britain's long-forgotten north, and storms came with her. Once again, the fairies banded together to try to kill her, but she was far stronger than all of them combined. And so, the invader dominated all of Britain's fairies herself and built the castle of Camelot beside the pit as a sign of her dominance. That invader was Morgan, and the war her invasion began was the War of Winter. It's the event that ushered in the first year of the era of the High Queen, or 1 AD in proper human history. But so what? However she might have ended up there, Morgan's still a threat to proper human history and must be stopped. So as another fairy of paradise like her, you're the only one who can defeat her and return Britain to the way it should be.
Right, I guess so. What do you think, Mash? Do you want to fight Morgan? I did think of Queen Morgan as a friend, but I'm still willing to fight her. I promised Bogart, Rob, Wag, Winky, and so many others that I would save the fairies of Britain. I will try talking to her first, of course, but if she won't listen, and fighting is our only option, then I won't hold back. I may be Ash the Savior's friend, but I'm not one of Queen Morgan's knights. Right, of course. Man, she's so responsible. Are you done talking now? Then hurry up and ring the bell so we can get back to Britain already. I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough of this cold. Plus the others are probably worried about us. Oh right, Habicat. That's right, Habitrot is here too, Mash. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Habitrot, was it? You must be one of the fairies who have been helping Senpai out on the journey here. It's a pleasure to meet you.
She doesn't remember.
Thanks, but you really don't have to be so formal. I'm just kind of along for the ride.
It's because of the paradox that they talked about. Her memory she can't keep her memory of the other timeline because it's a paradox and it would wipe her, so she can't keep the memory, right? Sag. Huh? Habitrot? What's going on?
What is there to say? This is just how it is. I mean, when did I say she and I were friends, or even acquaintances? I'm just a guide, that's all, and now that my job's done, I can go back to taking it easy. Huh? I mean, sure, you did just kind of show up out of nowhere, and even though you've been great about keeping Max's spirits up, we never did learn much about you. So, why did you do all this, and how do you already know Grimmer? Oh, that? He and I met a long time ago, right, Grimmer? That was all part of your plan, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. I probably did plan all this. Nice job, Habitrot. Now everything's wrapped up nice and neat.
See? I might just be a weak lower-class fairy, but I'm worried about Fairy Britain, too. Now go and ring the bell, Child of Prophecy. Once you do that, you'll finally be on level ground with Morgan. All right. I'm still not entirely sure what's going on, but I can't say no to those eyes. Song of Paradise, voice of the inner sea. You who are born to be selected to decide the fate of this land and to see justice done, the bells of the bones of Inception shall show you the way. Forgive us these sins.
Oh, back at the forest. Everyone across Britain can hear it. Dark Souls has fucked me up with a bell ringing, man. Man, going back was easier than getting here. Nice, we made it back to the mainland before sunset.
Then I take it we're heading to Edinburgh next, like we discussed in Orkney?
Yep, we gotta talk to Knocknaria. Last time, she wouldn't even give us the time of day.
But now, Artoria is the leader of the Round Table Army, and she's rung 4 bells of pilgrimage. Between that and the fact that she and Knocknaria are old friends, she may be more than willing to negotiate with us. Right, Artoria? Huh? Wait, are we at the Ashen Shore?
Is everything okay? Something on your mind?
Oh, I see. We already made it back. Guess I zoned out. So, did the bell ring like it was supposed to? Am I any different now?
Don't worry. The bell rang nice and loud, and your spirit origin's definitely stronger. You might still be no match for Morgan, but no ordinary fairy stands a chance against you anymore.
Yep. Knocknaria shouldn't have any issues with forming an alliance with us now. So let's march straight up to Edinburgh and get this anti-queen coalition underway! An anti-queen coalition, huh? True. If Knocknaria were willing to join us, we'd have enough of an army to give us a fighting chance. But Queen Morgan's been protecting Britain all on her own for 2,000 years, right? I honestly don't know if I can even look someone so amazing in the eye. I really do hope I can do this.
Muramasa stare. Yes, finally! Finally! Finally, I can farm with Kuhcaster. Chocolate Empire of Edinburgh. All right, let's go talk to Knocknaria. Coup farming time, baby. I want more context on this too, the star or whatever. They say a star washed ashore? What the fuck?
I hear a bell ringing. I hear bones too.
The harbor shall return to empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky.
It's a signifier of the fairy's apology, the sound of a soul accepting its sins.
The round fortress shall burn, and the bell of water shall appear.
Once all of them have been rung,
Confessed sinners shall make the acquaintance of the guillotine.
and as for the fairy of paradise,
Having fulfilled her role, the child of prophecy shall say farewell to her home.
yes, I offer fairies no salvation. I shall defend my land, nothing more. I will save the fairies. I will carry out the duty that I have been given. With all the magical energy I have stored in this throne, I have nothing to fear from the great calamity. Furthermore, only a chosen fairy can sit this throne. That throne is the sign that my pilgrimage has ended. It's key to keeping Britain alive. Avalon le Fae, the anchor of paradise. You are neither like the other fairies nor that foreign mage. You have been chosen. You are neither a rebel nor an invader. You are the staff of selection's chosen wielder. You and you alone have the right to bring me to justice, fairy sent from paradise. Even should you fill oceans with the blood you shed in a battle against me, you would be innocent of sin. I've been chosen. I'm not like the fairies of Britain, or my king of knights, self from proper human history. I'm neither a rebel nor an invader. No matter how many fairies I killed because of a war I begin, I would still be free of sin. If you wish to save Britain, you must defeat me, and claim the throne for yourself. Go on then, fulfill that absurd prophecy if you can. You should know better than anyone that you have no choice. That's right. Defeating Morgan, the fairy of paradise who forsook her duty, is my only choice if I'm going to save Britain. But what happens afterwards? What happens after I do something I don't want to do? Something nobody wanted me to do? I'm a fairy of paradise, too. Is there anywhere I can call home? Yeah, Artoria, fuck this place. You can come back with us, right?
Hello, everyone! You got back sooner than I expected.
Look who's waiting for us in the middle of the road. The way you're standing there kind of reminds me of Benkei Retrobit. Huh? Senpai! Da Vinci! Who is that? And why does he look exactly like red hair?
Oh, that's Retrobit. He's a fairy from this Lostbelt and one of our trusty companions. Don't worry, he won't bite.
I see. Nice to meet you, Retrobit. My name's Mash Kirillite. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
The pleasure is all mine, sweet lady. How deliciously polite of you.
Hang on, though. Weren't you supposed to wait for us in Edinburgh?
Yes, I was, but I'm not really one for staying put, you know. I thought I might run into you sooner if I waited near the entrance to the Ashen Shore, so I ran up just here. Alrighty then, hop on the wagon. I'll make sure to ride you to the Queen City of Edinburgh is...
Wait, what?
I'll make sure your ride to the Queen City of Edinburgh is as smooth as it can be.
That sounds great. I was just thinking I was sick of walking everywhere. That's the biggest downside of being summoned as a caster, is your legs get tired way too damn fast.
One moment, please. I don't believe we met before.
No, my name's Grimmer. I'm a friend of Max's.
A friend of Max's? Then does that mean you're also from Proper Humming?
Proper Human History?
That's the one! Proper Human History. Thank you, Mash. Any girl as thoughtful as you is especially welcome to ride in my wagon.
Mash, could you come here a moment? Let's not indulge him too much, okay? Could I have a second, Mash? Try not to spoil Redra too much. Alright, I'm still not sure what your relationships are to one another, but I'll do the best I can to be careful.
So if you're both Max's acquaintances from Proper Human History, Lord Muramasa, does that mean you and Lord Grimmer are two horses of a mane, so to speak?
Huh? I guess we're all in the same category, technically. Why?
Oh, it's nothing. My animal intuition tells me that the two of you are best friends. But I can't help but wonder which of you could win in a fight.
What, you gotta ask? Me, of course. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Ask any fool and they can tell you Grimmer'd be the clear winner. Exactly. Who gives a fig what a fool would say? All right, you get over here. I'll take it easy on you and only use the back of my sword. Well, I'm impressed you can tell which is which. That thing's so dull it might as well be a club. All right, punk, you're going down. Instigating Redra bit.
Ay, 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 ay. So much setup. We all know the strongest duo is me and my salt. I think Daryl, yeah, Daryl's 120ing the Nero Crest. Absolutely not. I'm stronger. Fuck. 3? Come on, man. Bro, fuck off. Oh my god, that sucks. 3, that is so horseshit. Fuck off, dude. Thank God. Holy shit. W. He do be spamming evades though. By the way, Max, by the way, Max, if you couldn't tell, this Lostbelt is really happy-go-lucky and nothing bad ever happens. Feels Rain Man. True.
And the winner is neither of you. The truly strong don't get into stupid brawls like that.
Artoria's got both of you there. This kind of matchup always ends like this. Hang on. I didn't really lose. The only reason we technically lost is because Grimmer's so-called mage's ass doesn't have a single support skill.
How was I supposed to know you're a crap warrior who can't even defend himself? Besides, when it comes to guts, I've got enough for a boatload of Vikings. Both of you shut up and get in the wagon! We need to get in Edinburgh today, damn it! Wow, that worked better than I thought. Anyway, assuming Grimmer's wolves are walking, the wagon holds 6 people, and there's 7 of us now. Want me to follow along on my skates? That's okay, I'll just ride on Redrabit's back. You don't mind, do you, Redra?
No, that should be fine. A little fairy like you won't affect my performance at all.
But we're still quite far north. Won't you be cold riding outside? I could always run alongside the wagon instead. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm used to the cold up here. All right, let's go, Max. I know there used to be a village in Edinburgh a long time ago, but I don't know what's become of it in the era of the High Queen. Of course, given Nocnaria's distaste for humans, I doubt it'll be more than a handful of people at that campsite.
To Edinburgh. Yeah, the interactions this Lostbelt are pretty freaking awesome. Attention, citizens of Edinburgh! Lady Nocnaria has returned to our fair city for a temporary respite. She will be recuperating at the previous queen's grave for the next few days, after which she will once again depart for the front lines. Main Street vendors may remain open for business after sundown. Do not let the city lamplights die out. Remember, Lady Nocnaria loves this nightless city with all her heart. Glory to the King Clan! Glory to Edinburgh, the Queen City! Woohoo! At long last, it's time for war. I can't wait. I thought this day would never come. It's been 10 years since I escaped from the south. I'm proud to call myself a member of the King Clan now. I still can't believe how generous Lady Nocnaria was to share her power with a good-for-nothing like me. I'd do anything to help her. I'm liquidating my whole stock. Go on, help yourselves for next to nothing.
Do you have the latest daily report? May I see it? 29th military training exercise complete. The victory bells ring in the north. Even as I write these words, I cannot help but tremble with the awe at the sheer might of the King Clan's army. Even the giant troops who lack experience. Even the giant troops whose lack of expertise we feared might hold our forces back have become exceptional soldiers. If the way these fine warriors make quick work of large moors is any indication, Camelot's ramparts won't stand a chance. According to the first Captain Gerbe, our army could easily overthrow Camelot even if they were to march out today. Once the fighting begins, it would be over in 1, 2, no more than 3 or 4 days at most. That last part's a little worrying, but Nocnaria's going to be on the front lines herself, right? We can't lose then. Besides, our queen would never pick a fight if she knew she couldn't win.
Lady Nocnaria can always use another pair of hands. Soldiers, medics, clerics, transport, production. We need all the help we can get. Whatever job you take, you're guaranteed a fair wage. All we want to see from you is motivation. Also, if you know anyone afflicted with Moor's sickness, please bring them in right away. If the disease is caught early enough, it can still be cured. I know because I was once infected myself. Lady Nocnaria doesn't discriminate between upper and lower classes like Morgan. All she cares about is whether you have the will to live. That is why the leader of our very own King Clan, who believes in all citizens equally, should be the next king of Britain.
Whoa. Wow.
It's like a stereotypical evil empire come to life. The whole empire is standing Nocnaria with all their might.
I can't believe it! This is the northern village? It's even more developed than Salisbury! What in the world has happened here since the beginning of the era of the High Queen? I know how you feel. I was shocked the first time I came here too. My past self's notes said that the northern fairies used to be basically a small group of nomads. I guess Mab, the King Clan's last queen, must have been one hell of a leader. In just a single generation, she built a city that rivals Edinburgh of proper human history. And a city that's home to the northern fairies as well as the fairies who migrated here from the south to boot. I don't know where you get off looking so smug about that. You got nothing to do with their success. Kubi simping over Maeve, dude. Still, there's no denying this is one hell of a city. Everything from the foot traffic to the business dealings feels like the real deal. I see there's a big cathedral there too. Yep, there's a beautiful church called St. Gillies Cathedral in our world's Edinburgh too. It's probably another one of those human history convergence things. That said, Edinburgh and proper human history and the one built here are built on very different ground. Namely, this one looks like it's been built on the top of a rocky mountain. And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any Calton Hill or Arthur's Seat here either. Hey, Mash, do you know what Arthur's Seat is? I've only read about it, but yes, in proper human history, Arthur's Seat is a well-known tourist spot. It's a steep, rocky mountain not too far from Edinburgh itself. According to legend, King Arthur himself once sat on it to look over the land, thus the name. I see. There sure are a lot of legends about King Arthur, huh? Yep, he's brought up in one form or another in all the big tourist spots. Some other notable ones include Winchester, Glastonbury, and Tintagel in Cornwall. So, getting back to the negotiations with Knocknaria, they said that she was back here now, didn't they? So that probably means she's in the palace then, right? Shall we just barge in there now?
Yeah, okay. I guess Knocknaria is technically our enemy. She's probably not exactly eager for an audience with us, but hold that thought a minute, okay? Hey, Max, I think Artoria's doing her headstrong thing again. Now, what do we do? It's too bad Oberon's not here right now. I mean, just look at her.
A head-on clash with Knocknaria, huh? Now I'll finally get to let loose all those years of pent-up frustration with her.
Eyewitness report, Savage Child of Prophecy spotted shadowboxing. I'd definitely like to avoid storming in the front gate. What if we asked to meet with Knocknaria and said we were a group of her fans? Great, now you're being weird too. Have you not been sleeping or something?
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt your discussion, but it looks like we have a company. They clearly have us surrounded now. We may have no choice but to fight. There, you see? I knew stuff about the law and order in this city was all a load of bunk. Then again, attacking outsiders without even a word of warning is just the thing I'd expect from a nation run by Knocknaria. All right, everyone, get your weapons ready. Once we break through this dragnet, we'll storm straight to the castle.
Thank you for coming, Lady Artoria. We've been waiting for you and your entourage to arrive. I'm sure you must be tired from your long journey, but please do try to compose yourself. Now, if you'd kindly follow me to the cathedral, I can take you to see Lady Knocknaria right now.
What?
Oh, right, I almost forgot. I wrote a letter to make an appointment for you ahead of time. It said, Dear Knocknaria, Queen of the North, get ready to see me, 'cause I'm coming for you tomorrow. Cheers! And of course, since I wrote in such a nice letter, I got a very nice reply back not long after. It said, I am prepared to welcome the Child of Prophecy in a manner befitting a king. Best wishes. I must say, I thought the Northern Fairies were all barbarians who tried to solve their problems with violence. But it seems Knocknaria is a much more sophisticated than I realized.
Okay, if she's extended us this invitation, I guess we should take her up on it?
Oh, Artoria.
Huh? She actually accepted the invitation? She didn't try to kick in the front gate? Really? Oh, crap. All of you get out here. Take back the entrance. I want you to get out of this room in 2 seconds.
Are you sure about this? Just a few moments ago, you were all giddy talking about knocking the Child of Prophecy down a few pegs. And showing her that the ringing the 4 bells wasn't nearly enough to make her a match for you.
Change of plans, okay? I mean, how would it look if I were to greet a small group of peaceful visitors with a fully armed platoon?
Huh? You're still worried about your reputation? Isn't it all the same level as an apple that missed harvest season?
What's that? You're saying my rep has already fallen from the tree and is rolling into the mud? Is that your way of asking for 100 lashes?
Okay, you heard her. Everybody out! My apologies for keeping you waiting. The Queen will see you in the cathedral now.
So that's how it is, huh? And the mind games drag on. Well, well, how bold of you to just waltz in here like this, Artoria. Does this mean you finally scrounged up a bit of manners, guts, and confidence, then? You're not fooling anyone, Knocknaria. We could hear your soldiers scrambling to get out of here. Don't be ridiculous. Those were my footsteps, no one else's. Now I won't hear one more word about it. 1, 3, 5, 7. I'm not surprised to see Oberon's not with you, but
What about the other girl? You know, the one that looked like she was in heaven with her cheeks all puffed out, full of my chocolate? Gareth, right? Lady Gareth, stayed in Londinium to defend it as one of my knights. There was no sense in her coming along the way just to see another evil empire. She's already been to Camelot. Well, that's too bad. I was planning to give her a tour of my chocolate factory. Oh well, another time perhaps. Anyway, I know how you guys went up to Orkney without my permission. You know damn well that the North belongs to the King clan, and that trespassing is prohibited, no matter what your reasoning might be. Honestly, what are you, some bandits hiding out in the mountains? I guess you still have yet to learn your place. Would you have given us permission if we'd asked? We did go through the Lake District, you know. Huh? Knocknaria, why did you just freeze up like that? I'm not frozen, I swear. What were those guards thinking? How could they let a human into my cathedral? I'll have to give them an extra special reward for this later. Oh, now I see. Sorry to interrupt your friendly chat, but it looks like you already know that Orkney's bell has been rung. Good, that saves us the trouble of filling you in. Anyway, yes, Orkney's bell used to belong to the Rain Clan. But now the Rain Clan is gone. The King Clan are the bell's de facto guardians, as you well know. That means to an outsider, which is to say, from Morgan's perspective, it looks like the King Clan has officially recognized the Child of Prophecy. What do you make of that? What do I make of it? Hang on. Who are you? My name's Grimmer. Well, technically, I'm the second to bear that name, but that's neither here nor there. I've been watching over Orkney's bell on behalf of Merlinus Ambrosius.
Oh crap, I almost forgot. When Queen Maeve and Kool-Aid mix.
Oh man, you're right. Grimmer, hide! Ah, so you're Grimmer the Sage. The last queen told me about your cold-blooded bastard. That you are a cold-blooded bastard, but you'd be bound to show up eventually. He once taught Ash the Savior's magecraft, right? I see. If you're here, then I guess this so-called savior must be the real deal after all. Huh? Is that your way to say... Is that all you have to say, Knocknaria? I mean, this is Grimmer, you know. You don't feel any connection to his spirit origin? What are you talking about? You there, do we have a connection? Nope, sure don't. You're Knocknaria, the proud queen of the North. You care far more about your life and destiny here than you do in any silly ties to human history. Speaking personally, I, for one, couldn't be happier about that last part. Is that so? I don't know what all that's about, but thanks. I'll say this for you. You do have a nice smile. Anyway, that aside, Grimmer is right. Now that Orkney's bell has been rung, I don't have a lot of options here. Just this morning, Morgan sent me a final warning. It said, kill the Child of Prophecy at the Ashen Shore when she returns from Orkney. If you fail to do so, I will consider my treaty with the previous head of the King Clan null and void. The end. A treaty with the previous head of the King Clan? What's she talking about? None of your business. The point is, if I don't kill the Child of Prophecy, there'll be a war. Of course, I was always planning to fight Morgan at some point, so that part's fine. The only problem is you, Artoria. Remember what I told you before? Get an army of my own, ring the last 2 bells, and learn to carry myself in a manner befitting the Child of Prophecy, right? Well, well, if you can rattle all that off so readily, I must have really gotten to you. Now I'm glad I took the time to deal with you before. Yes, those were my conditions, and you've met them, which means you're worthy of joining forces with me. That is why you came to Edinburgh in the first place, right? An alliance between the King Clan and the Child of Prophecy, I like it. Well, that was easy. Way to go, Artoria! It's too soon to celebrate just yet, Max. Knocknaria would never make things that easy. Just look at her. That's the face she makes right before she squeezes some poor sucker for everything they're worth. Hey, I've never made a face like that. Still, you're not wrong. My skin might swell of sweet honey and be wonderfully soft, but I myself am neither. I'm willing to form an alliance, but needless to say, I'll be the only king. If you're going to join me, you need to pledge your loyalty to me and obey my every command. Also, only fairies are welcome to join my alliance forces, so as far as the Round Table Army humans go,
I think I'll turn them into bees and put them to work in my chocolate factory. I'm sure they'd be much happier that way, since those pathetic, useless humans would be the first to die when the fighting starts anyway. Wait, Max. You don't have to say anything. Knocknaria, the Round Table Army is the best army in all of Britain. The day we obey you is the day apples start falling back up into their trees. If you want to command us, you'll have to pound us into submission first. So how about it? You and me, fairy to fairy. Unless, of course, you're too chicken to face me. You're on. This will be a battle to determine the next king of Britain, a fight for the throne, our pride, and beauty itself. I swear on the name of the previous queen that I will face you alone, and on fair ground, fairy to fairy. The winner takes command of all our combined armed forces, and the loser has to do whatever the winner says. And as a bonus prize, the winner will also get to claim the foreign mage as her spouse. What? Mash. I missed that last condition, but fine. Whatever you say. So how are we gonna do this? Another chess match? Don't be ridiculous. This is Edinburgh, the headquarters of the entire British sweets industry. There's only one kind of battle fought for pride and beauty around here. Valentine Mave Match, the ancient traditional art of fire confectionery. Valentine Mave Match? What? Huh? You mean you don't know about it? I see. You really are just a country bumpkin, aren't you? Knock it off with the yokel digs already! Besides, we country girls are tough cookies. Excuse me, I wasn't originally gonna say anything since these negotiations are between Artoria and Knocknaria. But now that the stakes have become personal for Chaldea, I have to ask, what exactly does Mab Match entail? Huh, that girl's got as much magical energy as a Tam Lin, but she's also wearing black armor and carrying a great shield. Is she the one from Sheffield? Very well, I'll ignore your imperitance this one time. The Mab Match is the last will and testament of the King clan's previous leader, Queen Mab. It's a law that says whoever makes the most delectable looking chocolate shall be queen. Pretty sweet, right? Karen! And I, Devil Karen, the chocolate fairy, shall be the judge. What the fuck is happening, dude? What the what? Where the fuck did Karen come from, dude? Oh no! It's a chocolate Hercules! Medium chance to inflict charm. Good thing Summer Kama is charm resistant. This is literally just the inverse of Spish Charm. Whoa! I haven't seen her third Ascension's, that's the first time I've seen her third Ascension's, extra attack. That was pretty cool. Spishtar got charmed, but then Castorias were immune. It's true, Merlin. I will always take more Karen content. Does this mean Karen joins our forces now? It seems these would-be contenders have what it takes to compete. As the Chocolate Fairy, I declare this map match is now officially underway. The taste testing shall take place at high noon tomorrow. Contestants will have until then to prepare their chocolate. Both contestants must use the cooking facilities provided in this cathedral and may employ up to one fairy assistant. Any questions? None here. I can't wait to get started since I already have someone in mind to give this chocolate to. I'm going to make the best chocolate anyone can taste all year. It will be better than anything Gloucester has to offer. Hang on, are we really doing this? What in the world does making chocolate have to do with choosing a leader? Everything. This has been the law of the land in Edinburgh for the past 1600 years. There's no such rule in real-life Edinburgh. All right, Lady Artoria, you take the Star Kitchen. Lady Knocknaria, you take the Moon Kitchen. I will prepare rooms for the night for the rest of Lady Artoria's companions. I'm afraid you won't be able to talk to the Chalk-testants while they're in the kitchen, but you're free to talk outside the kitchen if you like. All right, enjoy your chocolate making, and remember, fortune smiles on those who are truly strong hearts.
Oh boy.
Well, at least it was nice of them to reserve rooms for us, but...
Hey, Mash, once we're done talking here, Mash, I wish I could go help Artoria myself, but...
I know, you'd like me to assist Artoria in her chocolate duel, right? I may be a demi-servant, but the fairies seem to treat me as one of them, so that shouldn't be a problem. That would be great, thanks for doing this. But before you get started, I'd like to go over everything we've learned so far, just us Chaldeans. You already told us about what happened after you were sent into the past in Norwich, but I still want to hear what happened to you before then, and fill you in on what's happening with us. And this should be a good place for a private chat, especially since Muramas and Grimmer are in another room.
Catching eggplant up.
So, that's what happened after we got separated. Salisbury, Gloucester, Londinium, Manchester, and the Lake District, plus everything the Round Table Army. Everything with the Round Table Army, of course. I never would have guessed that Pepe was here too, and as a count of all things, I'm sure it fits him like a glove. Unfortunately, Pepe's not the only crypter here. We saw Beryl in Camelot too. Though it sounds like you were actually the first to run into him here. That's right, I saw him in Sheffield. That was when... You lost the Black Barrel, huh? Beryl probably took it for himself. I'm so sorry. All the time and effort you and Sion spent on it, and I just left it there.
Don't worry, we can always get it back. It's okay. Trump cards pop up when they need to anyway.
Again, I'm so sorry. If only I'd... Hey, you still don't have your memories back after the Nameless Woods ordeal, right? Then there's no way you could have known.
Or you still didn't have your memories.
Don't worry about the Black Barrel. We can always track it down. The important thing is that you're still alive. And fortunately, it looks like we won't even need it for this mission anyway. Really? I mean, if we don't have to use it, that's great, but...
Machines don't work well here anyway. For that matter, the Child of Prophecy's no slouch herself, not to mention...
Yep, we have something even better than the Black Barrel now. What do you mean? Are Director Gordolph and Holmes coming to help us in the Shadow Border? No, nothing like that. I'm talking about you, Mash! The Ortnax may not be working right now, but your spirit origin is putting out more power than it ever has before. It's probably the Tamlin rules at work. Barghest and the others were gifted the Round Table Knights' names. But you're gifted with the Tamlin Galahad's name on top of already borrowing his power, giving you effectively a double Galahad bonus. No wonder you were able to go toe-to-toe with Lancelot. You're basically a high servant now, a peerless warrior even among peerless warriors. You can feel that too as her master, right, Max?
Yep, you're Super Mash now. My Kohai's a sight to behold.
I see. Then I'll do my super best to help.
Hey, we're gonna look around the city. You guys wanna come? Of course. Time for some recon, huh? Artoria might be busy in the kitchen right now, but we've got nothing but time on our hands. So we gotta do something to make ourselves useful. How about you, Da Vinci?
I'm gonna sit this one out. Besides, I still have to write my report.
Say, where's Mash? Isn't she coming with you?
She went to assist Artoria. Artoria needed Mash's amazing chocolate-making skills more than we did.
Gotcha. Sounds like she's got a real shot of winning. If it came to it, I was thinking I'd make chocolate myself, but maybe now I won't need to.
You're way too easy on Artoria, you know that? Is that any way for one of the foreign god's disciples to conduct himself?
Shut up, you blue-haired dillweed. I still owe her my life for saving me from that auction. Besides, I ought to be asking you why you were so easy on Knocknaria. She looked like a friend of yours or something.
Actually, yes. But even though she's the spitting image of her, they're completely different people. Knocknaria's been living her own life free of influence from any human history connections. I had to go after my destiny, but she took hers by the horns and made it submit to her. I swear I've never seen such a free-spirited woman anywhere. You can't help but smile, right?
You don't say. So the last queen, Mab, disappeared in the era of the High Queen 400, and Knocknaria, born 100 years ago in the era of the High Queen 1900. So this city went without a leader for about 1500 years, huh?
That's right. I thought it was strange when I first heard about this too. But apparently the Northern Fairies continue to live by the past queen's teachings even after she was gone. They say she told them a new King Clan fairy would be born again one day, and that they were to obey Morgan until that day came. So what happened to the Northern Fairies after Knocknaria was born? They went right back to their old ways, of course. Things have been tense between them and Morgan ever since. For 100 years, Knocknaria's been teaching the Northern Fairies about discipline, gradually turning them into a real army. When Einzel predicted the Child of Prophecy, Morgan wasn't the only one who was worried. I bet Knocknaria went ballistic upon hearing the news too, at least on the inside. She was probably all, "I've been working towards this for 100 years now. No way am I letting some podunk backwater fairy beat me to the punch."
Ah, now I gotcha. So that's why Artoria and the Queenie hit it off so well. Hit it off? Are you sure you don't mean bicker?
Is this one of those you only hurt the ones you love kind of things?
I mean, they both know what it's like to bear the weight of crushing responsibility. They probably never had anyone else they could curse out without it becoming a big to-do before they met each other. They might be in completely different circumstances, but they're still equals where it counts. The way I see it, things are gonna work out no matter who wins this contest, so let's just let them have their fun. All that aside, you sure know a whole lot of things, don't you, Grimmer? Anything else you know you haven't shared? Like, say, why this place is called the Queen City?
I don't know where that name comes from. I already told you everything I could. Huh. Well, we're a long ways off from the main road now, aren't we? Oh, hey! You guys out for a walk too? I don't blame you. Not much to do in the hotel room, after all.
We thought we would take advantage of the opportunity to do some sightseeing too, especially since... I just spat everywhere. Especially since we almost never come this far north.
Is this some kind of back... Is this some kind of back alley? Did you guys see anything unusual?
No, not really.
What's with you, Redra?
What's with you, Redra? Not like you to be so hedgy. Well, I'm hoping this is just my imagination, but there seem to be a lot more Wind Clan fairies here than I was expecting.
Oh, are you guys here? Welcome to Eden. Are you guys new here? Welcome to Edinburgh, the Edinburgh Development Ward. This is where all the refugees who haven't been able to share in Lady Knocknaria's power live. Still, we're all treated as full citizens. We all have jobs and roofs over our heads, even if they are just tents. In the meantime, I'm sure Lady Knocknaria will make you guys into King Clan fairies too once the war against Queen Morgan is over. So go ahead and put your tent up wherever you like. If you're lucky, you might even get a job in the medical ward. Don't worry, Moore's disease isn't nearly as bad as it's made out to be. We can be made into King Clan fairies? What is the Moore's disease? Ooh, both of these sound like good questions. Can you explain the Moore's disease more?
Ah, is that a human? What in the world were you all thinking bringing a human to Edinburgh of all places? If Knocknaria finds out about this, you'll all be...
Wait, don't tell me. Are you guys also...
No, we're travelers. We're just passing through. We'll be leaving tomorrow, so please don't worry about us.
I see. Guess I'd better be going then.
Sorry for taking up your time. No way that guy actually lives around here. There's something way too shifty about him. He's probably one of Morgan's spies. A lot of room for rats like that in a big city like this. Should we call Knocknaria about him? Don't bother. We can't snitch on a resident on Muramas's hunch alone. For that matter, have you noticed how with all the fairies this ward Have you noticed how all the fairies in this ward have scars on their shins? I'm guessing they're either refugees from the South fairies who've lost their purpose or fugitives who've fled south. So this town's full of criminals, huh? I guess Knocknaria's either really magnanimous or she's really big on cheap labor. Maybe it's both. Every fairy becomes land when they die, regardless of what they were like in life. So having more fairies live here means that her territory will eventually expand. That must be how Edinburgh grew to this scale in the 1600 years since Queen Mab disappeared.
Then something doesn't really add up. If fairies have been living up here for over 1600 years in the era of the High Queen, then why are the edges of Britain unchanged since the Fae era? Could this city be... I wouldn't pass Mabe to do that. Turning a desolate wasteland into a prosperous city in a single generation, her next generation being born 100 years ago. I knew it. Now it's all making sense. No wonder Morgan's left her alone all this time. If she plays her cards wrong, Knocknaria could end up becoming a calamity herself.
Habitrot?
Nah, I'm probably just overthinking it. There's no way that could actually be the case. Anyway, let's head back, Rudger bit. It's all a wasteland up ahead, so there's nothing more to see here anyway.
I see, and I take it you're going to ride on my back again? I was the one who said it wouldn't be any trouble, but that was before I knew you were much, much heavier than you look. I was gonna say I remember them saying back in Sheffield that Habitrot was super heavy, and so when Redrabit said she looked light and then there was no other context to that, I was like, what? Did they just like forget that they said Habitrot was super heavy? Habby thick.
Nyahaha! That's cause I got substance where it counts. Just you wait, once I eventually grow up, old Habby Cat's gonna have the most banging bod you've ever seen.
It actually is Habby thick. What the fuck? Aren't you the type of fairy who never gets any older?
Anyway, I wouldn't wander around here too much if I were you either, Max. I don't know why Knocknaria let you off the hook, but if you run into any northern fairies with long memories, they won't think twice about ganging up on you.
Oh yeah, I guess you'd know more about that than I do, since I only have the first Grimmer's notes to go off of. Tell us something, Habitrot. The northern fairies used to be the first group of fairies who coexisted with humans, right? Like in the War of Summer and such? So why does Knocknaria hate them so much now? I was wondering that too. Yeah, do you know what's up with that, Habitrot?
What, you mean you don't even know that? Alright, I guess I can tell you. It all goes back to what happened about 4,000 years ago, during the War of Summer in the Fae Era 2000. Queen Mab invaded Britain from the Western Island and drove the other clans to the brink of extinction. Word has it that Ash then stepped in, convinced Mab to step down and reconcile with the clans, and had her and her people officially recognized as the King clan. But that's not exactly the whole truth. For one thing, Mab would never agree to reconcile with the clans when her victory was already assured.
Yeah, good point. I always thought that story spun things a little too neatly for the other clans. Wait, don't tell me.
Yep, Mab snatched defeat from the jaws of victory right at the very end, when her human right-hand man and husband betrayed her. And of course, Ash wasn't about to pass up a chance like that. She backed Mab into a corner while she was already writhing in pain and gave her the thrashing of her life. And she made her swear to join the other clans and never attack Britain again.
When it rains, it pours, huh? I know that kind of underhanded tactic is par for the course when it comes to war, but still. No wonder she hates humans so much. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if she wants to wipe them all out. Nah, Edinburgh would never be this grand city if she just wanted to wipe humans out. I think the real question that this story raises is, why was she writhing in pain? What do you mean, substance where it counts? Yeah, bro. Habby thick, man. that night in Max's room. Come in.
I wonder who that could be.
Come in.
Excuse me, Senpai. I'm back on temporary reprieve from the chocolate duty. But this chocolate battle is very heated, so I can't stay long.
Got it? Heated, huh?
I think I can guess where this is going.
Now, if you don't mind, I'd like you to answer a question for me. What shape do you think would be best for the chocolate?
There's a lot to choose from, but, well, taking that Artoria is a beginner into consideration,
I think I'd have to say something standard?
I knew it. Thank you, Senpai. This was very helpful. Okay, I'd better get back to the battlefield. Sleep well, Senpai.
now who is it?
Come in. Whoa! What the fuck? Jump scare. It's okay, human. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm Akin, Lady Nocneria's faithful soldier. Lady Nocneria has just finished the 8th step of her chocolate recipe and is currently taking a break. Once she is finished, she'll be up all night working on steps 9 through 19. But for now, she'd like someone to talk to while she takes her break. Yes, of course, I mean you. There's no one else in this room. Just accept that there's no getting out of this and come with me, and don't even think about trying to escape by jumping out the window. Needless to say, a fairy in Lady Nocneria's position has many things to consider at all times, so this break she's taking is on a strictly need-to-know basis. There won't be any guards keeping watch. This is as far as I go, too. Don't worry, Lady Nocneria's hatred of humans may be famous, but she's still not as unreasonable as a night call. As long as you hold your breath, keep quiet, and stay perfectly still, and never speak except to except to agree with her, you might just make it out of there alive. Alright then, good night, and good luck. Oh, I'm about to test that so hard.
There you are. I didn't expect you to come in alone. Have you been enjoying the Edinburgh nightscape? We may not be as fancy as Gloucester, but I like to think our main street is still a pretty sight.
I was just waiting in my room so I'd be ready for tomorrow. Just a little bit. On the way here. Wait, what?
Really? You couldn't relax by yourself even though the chocolate battle has nothing to do with you? I see. You're more considerate than I thought. Fairies don't generally show that kind of solidarity. But I digress. I invited you here for a very specific reason. Tell me about the outside world, what Morgan called proper human history. I don't care about it, of course, but as the Queen of the Northern Fairies, I need to at least be familiar with it. Or are you so scared to be here without your companions that you can't even speak? Foreign mage or not, you're still just a weak little human after all. You could never be the one to make a call about whether to leak classified info to an enemy on your own.
Okay, let me start with Chaldea. And that's about the long and short of it.
Whoa, I didn't realize I'd been talking for almost an hour now.
Hang on, you covered all that stuff so eloquently that it was so easy to follow along. I need you to stop here for a moment, though. I need to process all of that. Okay, there's Chaldea, heroic spirits, Lostbelt, proper human history. Okay, I've basically got it. Looks like there's not much point in thinking about this stuff now, is there? This is the kind of thing I can worry about after Morgan's been defeated, right?
Exactly. There's no need to get into it now.
That's fine then. Thanks for the valuable info. You have my gratitude. The gratitude of a queen. A good ruler does more than just wage war with their enemies, you know. They also need a plan to rule their nation after they've won. I know Britain isn't really surrounded by a sea of nothingness. There's actually a much larger world out there beyond the water. Of course, fairies typically hide in the woods and don't mesh well with the human world. But with the right motivation, there are a lot of ways to get around that. I can't believe there's still so much to do even after things are wrapped up here. I can't wait to get started.
Are you talking about invading other countries? Are you talking about expanding your chocolate factory?
That's right. If there's another world if there's another world that rich in resources, I'll have to make another Western island. And pay this. You called it North America, right? A little visit. I guess that means you and I will be enemies again when that happens. That should be fun.
I should tell her that won't work, but I can't bring myself to do it. She really is just like Maeve.
There. You just made that face again, just like the one you did when you made that weird comment about my chocolate fields. Why is that? Is there another version of me in your world too or something? Wait, on second thought, don't answer that. I really want to know about this other me, but if I find out now, it's going to make me throw a tantrum.
Oh wow, she really is throwing a tantrum.
Oh crap, now I really want to tell her. Phew, that was close, but I managed to preserve my queenly dignity.
I don't think that's...
Dignity preserved! Because if anyone saw that, I'd have them executed before they could tell anyone.
I saw nothing, Your Majesty.
Very good. A perfect response. Still, maybe I should at least ask you this. Let's say another version of me did exist in your world. In her final moments, was she not betrayed by her lover? Did she remain a cold-blooded queen to the end?
Of course. The cause you were fighting for aside, you were awesome.
I see. Well, of course I was. There's no way I, of all people, would ever die of a broken heart. So what kind of valiant warrior defeated me? They must have been a really strong fairy, right? Huh? Cheese? As in the stuff you make from sheep's milk and eat with bread? Huh. So there's a cheese fairy in your world. Maybe they're related to Akin Drum.
The cheese was just the method. A human slung it.
So, that other me was killed by a human. That's what you're telling me? Did you just take all that trouble to tell me such a ridiculous story, even knowing how much I hate humans?
It's not ridiculous at all. It's how that particular queen met her end.
Are you kidding me? You can't say that kind of thing with a straight face. It's just a total mood killer. Then again, it was a human that was responsible for the last queen's downfall, too. I guess when you're big enough, even a little pebble can trip you up. Thinking about it in that way, I could see my other self getting killed by a human. And hey, at least she wouldn't have to put up with any weird curses afterwards.
Would the last queen's downfall have anything to do with... If you don't mind my asking about the last queen.
That's right. Losing her lover hurt her so badly that she couldn't fight anymore, which led Ash to beating her. Mab put too much trust in humans. She thought that they were the same as her, and so she loved them too much. She charged into the battlefield with her most beloved soldier by her side. He did his best to keep up with her, but he couldn't quite make it to the end. Just when they'd won their final battle against the clans, Mab turned, intending to celebrate with him, only to see her beloved draw his final breath. It's no surprise, really. Of course, a mere human could never keep up with a fairy, let alone an A-ray like Maeve. But he still promised to stay with her, and he broke that promise. That was his betrayal. That was when Maeve lost the will to fight. The moment she realized how foolish she had been, and how much that soldier had really loved her. Still, her broken heart was all healed up by the time the era of the High Queen came around, and she soon set her sights on ruling all of Britain. Maeve then retired after she built Edinburgh, and no new King Clan fairies were born for a long time. She left a hole for about 1,500 years until I came along and filled it. I'm the second King Clan fairy ever. I inherited Mab's power,
and I am truly worthy of being queen. I am a truly great fairy. I hate humans because they're useless in war. I'm not going to make the same mistake Mav did. I'm going to defeat Queen Morgan with my clan alone. That's why I don't need Artoria's roundtable army getting in my way. It's an eyesore at best. I'd make your peace soon if I were you. Once I win tomorrow's duel, all humans will be mine to do with as I please. And I'm going to put you all to work in my nice, safe chocolate factory with full benefits until the day you die. Yay! Woo! When she was threatening us in the chocolate fields and said, I'm going to make you all my workers, and you will be paid full-time and have pension benefits and a good retirement. And I was like, you're actually threatening us with a good time. What the fuck's going on? I'm not worried. Artoria is going to win. Besides, humans aren't as fragile as you think, Nocnaria. Okay, break's over. I better go get back to work. Enjoy your freedom while you can, Max. This is the last night you'll ever have it after all. I'm in, dude. Actually threatening us with a good time. What a long night. I better get to bed. Now who is it? Come in. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Maybe I should try opening the door slowly?
Made you look! You totally thought I was knocking on your door, didn't you? Well, this time I came in through the window.
Oberon.
Easy there, keep your voice down. It's very late, you know. And what's more, I'm traveling incognito today. If anyone asks, I was never here, okay? Why incognito, you ask? Okay, it's partially because I got tired of the Round Table Army's errand boy and ran off for a while. Really, though, it's that the Fairy King never stays in one place for too long. And the real reason is that I was worried about you guys. I mean, we're all friends now, right? Of course I'm going to worry about you. So on that note, I hope you don't mind that I'm here.
So, good evening, Max. Congratulations on ringing the 4th bell. We could hear it all the way back in Londinium. The Round Table Army's morale has never been higher. Percival's made a seat at the Round Table for any Fang Clan fairies who want to come over to Oxford. Gareth's been having a great time in Londinium with the kids. They just finished tilling a new field, in fact. Spriggan seems to be up to something, which worries me a bit. But all in all, the South has been relatively stable so far. Of course, whether it stays that way is all up to you guys. You're here to talk to Nocnaria, right? I've been hearing rumors about today's mab match all throughout the city. If Nocnaria joins forces with the Child of Prophecy, that'd be a huge boost to our chances against Camelot. Once Nocnaria agrees to an alliance, and Artoria rings Oxford's bell, we could begin our attack on Camelot in around 3 days. But what about the 6th bell? I'm sorry, I've been looking everywhere for it, but still no luck. Still, the bells of pilgrimage are meant to show that the clans have recognized the Child of Prophecy. And since the last one, the Mir clan, is gone now, there arguably isn't much point in ringing the bells. So I think just 5 bells ought to be enough. I hope you're right, but those bells... Something bothering you? Artoria's been getting more stressed with every bell she rings. I see. Well, that does make sense. You know how she gets stronger every time she rings a bell? At first I thought that meant she was growing. But I've realized that it's actually more unlocking her latent power. I think the Fairy of Paradise is probably born with her true power essentially bound. And the bells of pilgrimage are a means to break those bonds. They probably also restore the knowledge and memory she's always had, but were locked away all this time. I wanted to mention it was really crazy that we don't know the context of it yet, but that moment, at one moment when Artoria was thinking back and about Artoria of proper human history, she talked to the Artoria we know, OG Artoria, for some reason, which was crazy. That took me by surprise. So we still don't know why that happened. So I wonder if there's some crazy multiverse shenanigans goes on where like she can somehow like contact every Artoria that ever existed. We need to get MHXX in here. She'll she'll solve the Lostbelt. They probably also restore the knowledge and memories she'd always had, but were locked away all this time. Every time Artoria rings a bell, she learns more about her duty and her destiny. Now that she's rung 4 of them, she's probably a completely different person from who she was when we met her in the Nameless Woods. How so? By now, she must have a much stronger sense of duty, and I'm sure her priorities must have shifted a lot too. She's probably making decisions based off what the Child of Prophecy should be doing, rather than what she, herself, actually wants. Am I wrong? I actually don't think that part of her's changed too much. I don't know. If anything, I think she's more true to herself than ever. Is that so? Well, in this case, I guess it's a good thing she's so naturally stubborn. Still, I can tell you're concerned about her, and that you're keeping your concerns to yourself, so as to not worry her. Do you remember what I said before? In this Lostbelt, you and I are just bystanders. Our role here is to see how things play out. Of course I remember that. Well, it's still true. We can't save Britain, and we can't save Artoria from her destiny. Once we acquire a means of fighting the foreign god, the best thing we can do is put this place behind us. That being said, I really respect your determination and your commitment. And I'm not just talking about Chaldea, I'm talking about every step you've taken to get here. Once Morgan has been defeated, if you still want to save Britain, no, if you still want to help Artoria, I'll support you however I can, even if it means going well out of our way before helping proper human history. Do you think it's okay to say how I really feel? Of course it is. When you get right down to it, the only ones who can really do big things are those who work hard for what it is they really want. Trust me, I've come this far on my own too, so I have some idea of what that feels like. I mean, you've been working so hard for so long. I think you're entitled to at least put 1/10 of that effort into indulging yourself. Thanks. But if I do that... Artoria is another matter, though. I have no intention of indulging her. You know how she's incredibly competitive but has almost no self-esteem? Not a great combination. If we don't keep her in line with her sense of duty, she's liable to go completely off the rails. You really are hard on Artoria, aren't you, Oberon? Of course I am. You would be too if you spent as much time worrying about her as I do, only to have her go and do something you never expected. I don't even know how many times I've had to pull strings from behind the scenes anymore. If only she'd grown up more like a docile princess and less like a wild boar. I'm sorry. That's more of a personal preference thing than anything else. Honestly, well, I think Artoria's just fine the way she is. There's certainly never a dull moment when she's around. Well, now I know he really does like her. Anyway, that's enough chatter for today.
In fact, crap, I've been talking too long. I need to get back to Londinium by the morning, or they'll know I've skipped off. Bye!
Are you sure Artoria isn't your Titania? Go!
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm always on the lookout for her, even now. But even in a story with a guaranteed happy ending, she's only the very smallest of bit players. She's a convenient plot device, forgotten as soon as it's no longer needed. No one ever gave a thought to her happiness when all was said and done. But that's the life of a side character. You can't stop to worry about every little thing, or the whole world will fall apart. You can't expect that kind of imagination from a reader, or even from the playwright writing the script. Besides, it's all just a fairy tale. She was born to be forgotten with the turn of a page. So it's okay. My queen is the sort of woman who shouldn't ever actually exist.
Sus. Sus. Sus, sus, sus. Make me thinking about Arthur's NP. Excalibur is locked to all the knights, and when he unleashed it, he can only release the seal of the knight that agrees with him that he needs the power. What? Punishment with a full retirement pension? I'm totally in. That's what I'm saying. Oh my goodness.
Good day, distinguished guests, and thank you all for coming. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. The Valentine map match to determine which of these two fairies is prouder, more dignified, and just overall better than the other.
There are a lot of spectators here. This isn't quite what I expected.
In the Moon Kitchen, we have Lady Knocknaria, leader of the Northern Fairies and daughter of the last queen.
Damn, is that all chocolate she's carting around behind her? There's enough to make a chocolate Orton axe.
In the Star Kitchen, we have Lady Artoria, the child of prophecy, who has made even Queen Morgan sit up and notice.
Uh-oh. Is that stuff she's carting behind her really chocolate? Even Mash's shield looks more appetizing.
Are both contestants ready? You now have 1 hour to complete your finishing touches here in the cathedral. Remember, chocolate is toxic. Be sure to go out with a fiery finish.
What the fuck?
There they go. Go on, Star Kitchen, you can do this! Please direct your attention to Lady Knocknaria in the Moon Kitchen. As you can see, she is both calm and unhurried, even as she remains constantly in motion. A sure sign of someone with eyes on the prize. When I stopped by her kitchen this morning, a comment she said, and I quote, "My chocolate isn't merely a delicacy, it's art designed to melt your very soul." And look at how it's coming along now. I believe it. I only wish all of you in the mezzanine could see this too. We can't even see it from the ground floor. Don't you have any screens around here? Unfortunately, only those in the box seats can see the action unfold for themselves. If that interests you, you can always reserve one for the next map match and 60,000 more pounds.
10 times the price of mezzanine seats. Sounds fair.
Next, please direct your attention to Lady Artoria and her dazzling collaboration with her assistant in the Star Kitchen. Is that cake? I've never seen such a wonderfully intricate decorations on one before. Her assistant is practically glowing with magical energy. I mean, sheer concentration. In the midst of all this chaos, she's adding details down to the millimeter. What an absolute madwoman. We may have a dark horse on our hands. Word on the street was that Lady Knocknaria was a shoo-in to win. But at this stage, it looks like the odds may actually be favoring the star. Whoa, it already looks good enough to eat. You really are great at this, Mash. Okay, now to add a pinch of my secret ingredient. Yeah! Are you an idiot? I do beg your pardon. Please continue to enjoy this, unique form of chocolate making.
So we should just run for it now, right? Nah, I can't believe I'm saying this either, but we still don't know how this is gonna go. Valentine's chocolate, more about the feeling of flavor, right? So there's still a chance she could pull ahead. I hope you're right. Flavor's pretty important too, though.
Time's up! All right, contestants, let's see what you've got. First up, Lady Knocknaria in the Moon Kitchen. magnificent, truly magnificent. The sheer artistry and technical skill on display is a sight to behold. This chocolate Edinburgh castle with a special 19-layer coating perfectly captures the dignity of a queen. If ever there was a chocolate to take its recipient's breath away, this would be it. Though I think actually receiving this could be a bit too much, in more ways than one. It's all true, of course, but there's no need to be that effusive with your praise. I couldn't have done this without my capable assistant, Akeem Drum. Thank you, Lady Knocknaria. Now it's time to see what Lady Artoria's made in the Star Kitchen. I can't imagine why you made such a bold choice for your chocolate, but let's see it anyway.
Phew! It's a normal heart shape. It looks good, but I don't know if that's enough to beat a chocolate castle. No, it can't be.
What the meow? What's the meaning of this?
Who? Huh? What's with this reaction?
I understand how you feel, everyone. I'm right there with you myself. But as your MC and as a judge, it falls to me to be the first to say this, so I will. What an incredible shape! It's smooth, plump, and seems to be practically pulsing with warmth. Now that's what I call a valentine. We are all witness to the birth of an all-new chocolate design.
Huh? Maeve's got hearts behind her all the time, though. What do you mean? Woohoo! What a power! What strength! I can feel my blood boiling with excitement just looking at it.
I simply have to ask you, Lady Artoria, how did you come up with this design? Why did you abandon that lovely cake your assistant made in favor of this? That shape is the Northern Fairy's most venerated symbol. It means prove thyself thy strongest.
Oh.
What made you think to use it for your chocolate? Are you some kind of genius? Oh no, definitely not. Mash just taught me how to make it, that's all. She said it also represents the heart, even though it looks nothing like a real one. And since it's so simple to make, it's easy to put your own heart and soul into it. Easy to put your heart and soul into? What a beautiful expression. I can't believe I, of all fairies, forgot the single most important thing that goes into chocolate. That's right, it doesn't matter how expensive your ingredients are, or how fancy the brand is. What truly matters is the feelings you put into it. While Lady Knocknaria's chocolate is undoubtedly more beautiful to look at, and surely more delicious, there's no question that Lady Artoria's chocolate is the clear winner when it comes to sheer passion. All of this, as of this moment, I have nothing but the highest respect for her. And so, we have our winner, Lady Artoria of the Star Kitchen.
Heh, that's it, Artoria. You finally found your own forte. Taking credit as her mentor despite being completely uninvolved. Muramasa is taking credit as her mentor despite being completely uninvolved.
Well, I'll be damned. I had no idea you had an ace like that up your sleeve. Would you consider selling me the rights to that idea? You did it, Artoria. It's all thanks to you, Mash. This makes the 212 practice chocolates we made worth it.
Wait a second, do fairies not know what a heart shape is? Is there no concept of a heart shape in this Lostbelt?
Sure looks that way, but
Maeve literally has hearts behind her. Can no one else see them or what?
either that or they just don't associate that symbol with the heart or a soul. I mean, just look at Knocknaria's magical energy aura.
Oh right, she can't see it herself, can she? What? This doesn't make any sense. The castle should have won no matter how you slice it. How did they make that into some kind of feel-good story?
Now, let's just call this a one-of-a-kind fluke victory. Besides, knowing Knocknaria, I'm sure it'll be a matter of time until she incorporates heart shapes into her next beautiful cat. Huh? Hey, Artoria, how come your chocolate looks like it's pounding? Did you do something to it? Just to be sure, it's not about to explode, is it? Of course not. Not even Artoria would mistake gunpowder for Nope, I definitely didn't. Trust me, I tasted every ingredient and only put in the yummy ones. All of them. All of them? What exactly do you mean by all of them? I mean all of the different ingredients, of course. You guys had so many good ones for us to use that it would have been a waste not to use them, right? It's true. I saw it myself. While Mash was cleaning up the mixing bowls, Lady Artoria used some shifty technique to squeeze all of the ingredients into the chocolate. That gave the chocolate a massive amount of magical energy, fusing its ingredients and creating a new life form. And now, as you can see, it's created a calamity that threatens the entire world.
The Child of Prophecy made a super weapon! Run for your lives!
What the fuck is that? It's damaging my cathedral, and it's turning my fairies into chocolate! What in the world were you thinking? You can't just mix anything and everything! Let me guess, you're the kind of fairy who thinks anything that takes 10 minutes at low heat to cook and can also be cooked at 2 minutes at high heat, aren't you? Mm-hmm. Master, we need to fight to preserve Artoria's honor! I mean, to cover up the evidence, some hearts just can't be saved.
I hate to destroy it, but I guess we have no choice. Nice turn of phrase there, Mash.
Please don't beat it up too badly. I promise, it should still be really yummy.
Never let Artoria cook. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck? It's called a misbegotten monstrosity. Ah. Muramasa should now be ashamed at her as her mentor. True.
I'm out of Pocky Chat. This is the worst time of the stream.
It's all downhill from here. Calamity of the Heart. Okay, this music goes hard. Was this Valentine's Day music? Says one, gotcha.
Nocturia, look out!
Not even you can take a hit from those instant death shots.
Huh? Nocturia! Get down, Mr. President!
"5 years ago, in Gloucester, an incident took place several days after the humiliating experience at Ferium."
Artoria with no hat.
Wow, you're a King Clan fairy, Nocturia. I've never seen one of you before. Well, that's a surprise. I don't have any subjects in the south yet. But just you wait. One day, all of the south's major cities will be home to the King Clan fairies. That's what the northern fairies all want, and it's the destiny I've inherited from the previous queen. So, you're carrying on the last queen's purpose, huh? But you're the only King Clan fairy around, right, Nocturia? So even if you do get the northern fairies to move here, that doesn't mean there will be more King Clan fairies. Sure there will. Any fairy I share blood with becomes part of the King Clan. Huh? Is that some sort of mindset thing, like the differences between being a bully and a victim? Wow, you are just the worst at analogies, aren't you? Queen Bee and drones were right there. Queen Bee and drones were right there, or even a king and her vassals. Anyway, there's also only
Oh, she was saying those are better analogies, okay.
Anyway, there's also only been one King Clan fairies ever since the King Clan began. Maeve was born from the corpses of the many northern fairies who were killed in the War of Spring.
What?
Sure, their bodies became part of Britain itself when they died, but they also refused to be reborn as next generations. Well, it was more like since there was no land where they would have been born, they would have just died and been born again right away. So rather than subjecting themselves to a cycle like that, they decided to pour all of themselves into a single king.
Shared consciousness, bro?
This is the witness. What the fuck?
The Mab is the witness.
That king was Mab, the great fairy. She was kind of like the northern fairies' version of Queen Morgan. Mab was all of the northern fairies combined into a single fairy, her rules focused on control and prosperity.
And I'm assuming that's what the calamities are too, because they mentioned Mab or Maeve could have become a calamity too. They who was it? Happy Trot just kind of threw that out there with no context. And then also, when you look at the calamity that we defeated, the calamity at Norwich, it had a bunch of hands and shit. It was a combination of a bunch of Moors together, and we know that the fairies become Moors, so the calamities themselves are probably just a bunch of fucking... We don't know why they happen still, but they're probably just a bunch of dead fairies literally fused together, creating that giant monstrosity of a fucking calamity.
Mab was all of the northern fairies combined into a single fairy, her rules focused on control and prosperity. That allowed her to share in the power with anyone who swore loyalty to her. So she did just what the fairies who sought her out, and created a place for them all to live on the western island. Of course, creating a whole island took a lot out of her, so she was pretty weak by the time it was done. It just goes to show you never know what life has in store. If Mab hadn't grown weak, she would have never taken on the bodyguard who eventually became her spouse. A spouse? And let me tell you, they could barely keep their hands off each other. It was like a never-ending spring. And that's why you should always avoid spring. Stick to autumn and winter. At any rate, anyone who swears loyalty to the King Clan gets to share in their power. That means any fairy who's given some of my blood becomes part of the King Clan for as long as they remain loyal. As the Queen Bee, I have my drones show their loyalty by performing labor, and their drones get to turn into my power for them, and the drones in turn get my power for themselves. So the more northern fairies I bring together under my command, the more my King Clan grows in number. I see. So when you share your power, does that power eventually come back to you? No, it doesn't. That's the one big downside to this system. I don't lend them my power, I give it to them. So the more King Clan fairies I make, the weaker I become. But obviously that wouldn't be sustainable, right? So of course Mab thought of a solution. She expanded her Fae domain to encompass all of Britain and made a new rule to go with it. As long as her subjects remain part of the King Clan, the clan's combined power shall be her power as well. So even though she was pretty poor, after doling out money to all the subjects, she hadn't lost anything, since the whole kingdom belonged to her. She chose to empower her nation rather than herself. I think she was really onto something. A nation can't grow by the hand of one person alone, on one set of values. You need many working together to make it as rich and beautiful as it can be.
Yeah, Queen Maeve! I like that system.
Gloucester here might be a little, twisted, but it's still a prime example of what I'm talking about. That's why my duty is to claim Camelot's throne for myself and unify all of Britain. It would have been a lot easier if Morgan had named me her successor, but instead, she chose Tristan, right? So as long as that whack job's around, what choice do I have but to take it by force? I couldn't believe my ears. She talked about seizing Camelot's throne with the same nonchalance as someone talking about going for a walk. As far as I'm concerned, she was already a great queen at that point. Even as she talked about what the last queen wanted,
she still chose to be her successor. She spoke of her ambitions greedily, selfishly, and without a hint of shame or concern as to what anyone else might think. That's the Knocknaria I knew, the most hard-working fairy in all of Britain. That's one hell of a purpose, but are you sure it's okay to tell me that? I mean, you're talking about revolting against the Queen, right? Oh, are you gonna report me? Could you even do that if you wanted to? Especially when you're practically radiating death to all clans energy yourself. I am? You are. I know something else, but you're pretty impressive in your own right, you know that? You see yourself as being apart from every other fairy out there, right? Hell, your everything about you is out of the ordinary. I'm not talking about the kind of lower class and upper class distinction that Morgan chose. No, in your case, it feels more like you're an entirely different kind of being altogether. Basically, you're looking down at every fairy in Britain. Are you nuts? I'm the one who's being looked down upon! That's it, that's the spirit. Being reasonable is all well and good, but pieces of you will die if you take it too far, like I did. Huh? Are you trying to say you're dead on the inside, Knocknaria? Even though you're so well brazen? Oh, wait, I get it. It's the other way around. You're brazen because you're dead, like the Darlington zombie incident. Don't be ridiculous! Ow, 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 stop that! There's no need for violence! That was just an example, or rather, that all happened a long time ago. I saw you apologizing to that fairy you were in the hall. I saw you apologizing to that fairy you were with in the hall earlier. Was that your village's leader or something? No, forget that, it doesn't matter. The point is, you kept apologizing, saying you were sorry you're so weak and promising to try your best next time, right? Well, cut it out. At least when I'm within earshot, hearing that crap really pisses me off. What's wrong with being weak? Who gets hurt if you can't do it? You're the only one who's going to get upset about you being weak, and it's not other fairies who will be doing the best next time. Of course, it's natural to have regrets over failures, mistakes, overreading, and so on. But never, ever apologize just for being weak. There's no greater waste of time. And just so you know, I'm not telling you this because I feel sorry for you. I'm mad because apologizing for your weakness doesn't help anyone, least of all yourself. With that kind of power, you should be holding your head high and fighting for what you yourself want. You're a real fiery fairy deep down, right? Like a dragon pretending to be a house cat. So quit worrying about what everyone else thinks of you and sink those fangs into your dreams. Because believe me, there are plenty of people out there who don't have the power to even do that. Those words were what really astonished me. She was born into luxury with incredible power at her disposal, but despite that, or maybe because of it, she also understood exactly how much she and her fellow fairies were truly blessed. Easy for you to say when you're not the one who will have to live with the consequences. Alright then, if you're going to lecture me about dreams, what about yours? You've probably already sunk your fangs into them, but still. My dream? You need to ask? It's romance. When I find someone who rocks me to my core, our romance is going to rock the whole damn kingdom to its foundation. Are you crazy? Besides, that's no dream, that's reality. I mean, you must have had a lover for ages now, right? Well, that's just it. I don't. Hold it! You just laughed at me in your head, didn't you? Don't get me wrong, I'm not lacking opportunities. I could have anyone in Edinburgh if I wanted. Right, of course, how could you not when you're so pretty? But then, why aren't you dating anyone? I guess it's my way of setting myself apart from the last queen. You know how depriving yourself of the thing you want most lights... You know how depriving yourself of the one thing you want most lights a figurative fire in your belly? Well, I'm going to use that fire to claim the throne, and save my romance for after I'm King of Britain. It was so ridiculous, I couldn't help but laugh. She didn't even realize that she had her purpose and her dream completely mixed up. She didn't want to become king so she could then have romance. She just wanted the romance and felt like she had to get her predecessor's wish out of the way by becoming king to do it. What's so funny? What's your dream then, huh? Is it that much better than mine? I guess mine's not too far off. I want to try walking around the city as an upper-class fairy. I want to be proud and stylish, like you are. I can only imagine how great that must feel. I remember thinking, I wouldn't mind having her for a rival. I'd had to go without a lot of things in my life, but at least in terms of someone to compete with, it looks like I got everything I could have asked for. You idiot. This isn't pride. This is fashion. I don't mind helping you with that side of things, but that's not what a real dream is. Anyway, first, we need to see who can put down the burdens we're carrying the soonest. Shouldn't we see who gets there first? That night, I took in the same night sky as my incredible friend, a fairy who spoke of her dreams with pride and nobility. I thought I'd sealed that horrid memory away. Oh good, you're awake. Looks like, you got a small concussion. Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I miss something fun or... That's right, I remember now. I took a direct hit from that chocolate. How dare that thing revolt against its creator? Come on, everyone, let's smash that thing up and eat it like the sweet treat it was supposed to be. I guess you really were just knocked out for a bit. Have pleasant dreams since it seems you were up all night? No, I didn't. And I wasn't up all night either. I slept great, if you must know. Now, do you give in or what? Yes, I give in. You won the Mabe match fair and square. Lucky for you, the judge made her decision before all the spectators ran for their lives. As promised, I'll let the Child of Prophecy command my forces, and I'll go along with whatever you tell me to do. I look forward to seeing what you're capable of. Huh? Are you feeling okay, Nocnaria? Did you eat something that didn't agree with you? She's talking about the Alliance. I think we all came close to eating something we shouldn't have. Hey, Max, do you ever think you might be giving Artoria too long a leash? At least stop feeding her pies after midnight, okay? She needs all the brain power she can get, and those things clearly aren't doing her any favors. Hey, what's wrong with the midnight snack? I love her. Artoria, I think Nocnaria is talking about your alliance. Oh, right. Still, are you sure you're sure about this? I mean, given what a horrible mess this turned out to be, it doesn't really feel like I won. Oh good, so you do see what a mess this was. I'm glad to know you still have some semblance of rationality thought left in your thick skull. Anyway, well, it's obvious I would win a rematch. We don't have any more time to waste. Especially since the Queen's probably known you were in Edinburgh since last night. And once she realizes we're teaming up, she's going to assemble her forces scattered in Camelot. So we need to take her down before that happens. Are you ready to do this, Artoria? You need to hurry back to the south, ring Oxford's bell. Then bring the Round Table Army and any other troops you can gather to my camp. In the meantime, I'll have my forces march to Camelot's main gate. But I thought you said you'd never join forces with the Round Table Army. I just don't want to see them dying in front of me. I can't ensure their safety since they can't join my clan. But I will admit that human knights, Percival included, are a good match for the Queen's knights. My subjects certainly can't use Moore's poison weapons. So I suppose I can make an exception, especially since I've been told humans aren't as fragile as I believed. Isn't that right, Max? Well, how nice to see you two became friends while I was up all night learning how to make chocolate. By the way, Nocnaria, do you still remember that night in Gloucester? Of course I do. What do you take me for, a fool? At any rate, you have my word that the Northern Fairies will fight besides the Child of Prophecy. Now get going. We don't have any time to spare. Okay, that's fair. I was the one who rang Orkney's bell. Max, Mash, Da Vinci, Muramasa, Happycat, Redra, and Grimmer. Please pack your bags as soon as you can. We need to hurry to Oxford. No, I'm gonna stay here. You'll need someone to coordinate communications between you and the North, right? Besides, it looks like these guys don't have a mage of their own, so I'm gonna teach them some basics they'll need to know when we're up against Morgan.
You will? Well, as long as you can be useful, that's fine with me.
Don't you worry, I'm going to inscribe runes on as many of your soldier shields as I can. Morgan's spells pack a serious wallop, so we gotta make sure that they can at least take one hit from them.
Okay, I'll make you my official court mage and tactician then. This is great. Now I'm really starting to feel like a queen. Well, see you later, Artoria and Max. I would have liked to show you around Edinburgh, but that'll have to wait until another day. Next time we meet, it'll be on the battlefield. Let's make sure we're both dressed to kill.
What about second breakfast? Oh boy. Do, 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 do.
Phew! It was a lot of work getting here, but we finally have lots of good news to share. I can't wait to see the look on Percival's face when I tell him Knocknaria agreed to do what we say.
Yep, but first, to Oxford. Well, look at you giggling like a schoolgirl. Really enjoyed your match with Knocknaria, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Plus, maybe it's because I stayed up all night, but I didn't have any weird dreams. Still, now that I think about it, I have been enjoying myself a lot. And not just in Edinburgh, for this whole journey. In fact, once we defeat Morgan and this is all over, I think I might even miss traveling around like this. Oh, right, you said Ash and I look identical, didn't you? And saying that kind of thing probably doesn't make it any easier for you, does it? I'm sorry, this whole experience must have been a lot for you. Still, in a way, I'm glad you're mourning her loss. We were both lucky to have you as a companion. Not at all. I'm the one who was lucky to have such great companions. There was Ash, the Black Knight, Wireneck, and even though he was a little scary, and that's weird. I could have sworn there was someone else with us that whole time, but I can't seem to remember them. ... What was that? Red Rabbit?
We're under attack! Somebody's been waiting to ambush us! We're surrounded! Everyone, please get out here! I need help defending this wagon! Can't believe we're running into the Queen's soldiers even out here in Knocknaria's territory. Let's go, Max and Da Vinci. Mash.
That thing looks more humanoid. What the fuck? What are those? Don't tell me they're human.
Damn it. I know what I just said, but you better stand back, Max. You shouldn't even get near these things. Da Vinci, Habitrot, we're gonna take care of them ourselves. Got that?
Works for me. Max, Mash, you two keep your distance. I'm guessing those things are... Human Moors? I definitely didn't think that was possible, but maybe because of the way humans are made in this... Look how creepy they look. The happy cat.
急げや急げ、明日が納期だ。ブライダルスピンホイール。せーの。
We should probably read these things. Activate on defeat, inflict poison and curse. When HP reaches 0, inflict poison 5 turns and curse for 5 turns to a single enemy. Activated when damage, inflict curse 3 turns to a single enemy when attacked. Moore's illness. When HP reaches 0, inflict poison. Oh my god, what the fuck?
とても楽しかったね。このアングルバッチリ。私 OK。そう、君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越え
We play FGO, we don't read, it's true.
今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ、行けるとこまで。
Those are multiple problems all at once, yeah. Look at this shit. Oh, no effect. Let's go, because Da Vinci has the... Okay, Da Vinci's just goated, never mind. Get fucked, nothing. Dude, that would have applied so many damage over time, fucking things. Let's go. That thing was about to apply like 20 fucking curse and poisons. Debuff immune Da Vinci. You think that's damage over time? I got bad news for you. I fear no man. Or debuff.
This way, Master. We should get away from the wagon for now. I think those creatures that attacked us are living humans who are affected with the Morse curse. The Morse curse affecting humans? That shouldn't even be possible unless someone... Look out! The bourgeois bitch. Wow, that was amazing. You deflected my magecraft yet again. How did you do it? How did you know what I was up to? Why are you the only one running away after all the trouble I went through to scatter all the human trash around? Tamlin Tristan, Balbon Sith. Don't you dare say that name. It's not my fault. It's not. I remember you. You're Tamlin Tristan. Yes, that's right. I'm Mother's only daughter, the only fairy in all of Britain to inherit her magecraft. Which is why... I'm going to kill you pieces of shit! No pathetic little shits like you are going to take my rightful place away from me!
What a banger song. Who do we have for... Okay. Babon, time to get your third L. True. The alt scenario? I've seen this
こっち
picture.
来なさいよ。私を殺してみなさいよ。ほら、ほら。
Ora.
ついてきて。白兵戦行きます。
Fairy Witch. Inflict curse for 5 turns to a single enemy during normal attacks. Well, good thing we have a Castoria, I suppose.
すべての邪悪をここに。はい。いいね。これは憎悪によって磨かれた我が魂の方向。ラクロンドメントデュヘイン。
La Gradamente Duhain!
やめてやめて。
Oh wait, it inflicts curse to her? I was expecting me.
すでに途絶えた。
Oh wait, I'm dumb. Never mind. That was Jolter's. Disregard. I thought it was going to inflict curse to me when I attacked her, but no, it's her attacks cause curse. I get it. Okay. Oh man, no Jolter cards? Come on.
ご要望おや
いけないぞ。
切り込む
ここでまっす
切り込む
ぐ。ほら。
おっと
ぐちぐちに連れて行って。
Ooh.
さてカウンティングオーバードハ
さあどうだ。
最高のカード君
報復の時は
ハッピ
来た。
ーエンドの話をしよう
望まれたように。これは憎悪によって磨かれた我が魂の方向。ラクロンドメントデュヘイン。やめてやめてやめて。
星の宇宙物見の楽園の端から君に
Which?
罪なき
Which?
者のに
Which?
通るがいいガーデンオブ
Which?
アバロン
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたの星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。お前だ。痛い。
Dude.
今のうちに準備を。
Fucking got rid of all the stacks. Are you kidding me?
ご用や
やります
行くかい切り込む切り込む
見つけた。捕らえた。絶対
Got the hammer.
逃がさない。
私が何をした
フェル
というんだい
ノート。痛い？
ハッピーエンドの話をしよう星の宇宙物見の楽園の端から君に聞かせよう罪なき者のに通るがいいガーデンオブアバロン
ここでまっすぐ。どう？
おっと
ナイス。
Hey, yo, you gotta chill with that shit, bro.
やります。えい、ぐちゃぐちゃに連れて行く。白兵戦行きます。今のうちに準備を。
楽園の端にようこそ。
何のために？
これは憎悪によって磨かれた我が魂の方向。ラクロンドメントデュヘイ。
やめてやめて。
星の宇宙物見の楽園の端から君に聞かせよう。罪なき者のに通るがいるガーデン・オブ・アバロン。
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
Ow! Unremovable.
私みたいな雑魚に殺されるのってどんな気持ち？どうでもいいか。ぐちぐちに。
Well, thanks for the NP charge. Oh my... Oh, you're dead.
白兵戦行きます。戦いです。
Oh, you're actually so dead.
君に全チップをかけよう。頼むぞ。
すべての邪悪をここに。ええ、はい。これは憎悪によって磨かれた我が魂の方向。
La Gradamente du Hain! Let's go!
やめてやめてやめて。
くらえ。汝の道はすでに途絶えた。
鐘の音が聞こえる。
Yes, sir. Dummy.
I've lost. I lost. Poor, pathetic Balbon Sith. Everyone loves Balbon Sith. Of course I can't beat you. You're the child of prophecy. You and I are nothing alike. Nothing alike at all. So since I can't beat you in a fair fight, I'll just have to make the human my toy instead.
What is that? Huh?
Oh no, Max! Huh? Where did Senpai and Artoria go? Ah, that was perfect! Now that's one hell of a bonus. I knew the Child of Prophecy would dodge that, so I was going to trap the human to have some fun with him. But then she walked right into it herself! What a dumbass! But hey, they're both trash anyway, so what better place for them than a dumpster? Then they're in that jar!
Oh no, chat. The bourgeois bitch put us in a cum jar. Get me out of here!
What was that? You trying to avenge Bogart or something? As if I'd ever fight you again, idiot. Mirror, mirror, oh show me my reflection. Sucks to be all brawn and no brains, doesn't it? The Child of Prophecy and the Foreign Mage are finished. Britain belongs to Mother and no one else. Damn it. Ah, she's going to be so happy with me. Oh, wait, stop! Get back here, Tristan!
And just like that, we have been separated from MASH once again. Oh, man, dude. Peace, Merlin. Have a good rest. All right, that was the end. Should we wait? How far are we in? Oh, we're only like 3 hours in still. Maybe we'll do this node and this. When does section 5 point... How much reading is left until the end of 6.2, chat? A lot, I assume, I know, but... Because we have 21 to 24, right? It's the end of 24. Is... I guess 23? 3 more sections? Because I wanted 24. I wanted next stream... Next stream, I wanted, to be just us finishing 6.2 to end on, like, a good note, right? So next stream, we will be finishing 6.2. I'm trying to figure out a good place to stop. That might be a good place to stop just because the cliffhanger. 6.2 ends in 24. Okay. 21, 22, 23, 24. So that's 4 nodes? Warning, section 21 will have an emotional end. Is this a good cliffhanger to stop, or would 21 be a better cliffhanger? Yes? I'd say keep going. Okay, we'll finish 21 then, and we'll end stream after this node, and then we'll just have 22, 23, and 24. We'll only have 3 nodes next stream then. Hey, you hear what happened in the flats on 6th Street? They say none of the fairies who lived there ever came back. So Lady Tristan's at it again, huh? I swear you can't relax for a second in this city. I didn't like how they were laughing. I didn't like how quiet they were. You just can't win with her. Or you just can't win with her. Why in the world did the Queen bring a fairy like that here? You said it. Camelot would be a damn utopia if it wasn't for her killing fairies left and right. Ah, damn it. One of these days I hope someone puts that demented brat in her place. I'll say this for Salisbury. Lady Aurora would have imprisoned a fairy like that, like Tristan, long ago.
Tamlin Tristan? Surely you're joking, no? Who would ever respect that repugnant little brat? The High Queen's daughter? Please, she's the only one who takes that seriously. Has High Queen Morgan ever said one kind thing about her? She's just a pig walking on hind legs in a fancy dress. She wouldn't know culture or dignity if it jumped and bit her. Oh yes, a beloved daughter. Oh yes, a most beloved daughter that one is. Did you know Tristan destroyed the entire city of Cambridge? I must say, it reflects incredibly poorly on the High Queen that she permits so toxic a creature to continue doing as she pleases. I mean, I'm not saying I believe that myself, but I've often heard it said. I can only hope Her Majesty comes to her senses soon. If only she wasn't a Tamlin, we'd put that uppity brat in her place.
New Darlington's done for. You can't even call it a city at this point. Anyone trying to escape from there is sent to the underground prison, and the only ones moving to New Darlington are criminals. There's not a single decent fairy left in the place. You know they kill at least one a night at their slaughterhouse theater.
And the whole reason the city of Preston defected to Knockneria's King Clan is because of the so-called football tournament Tristan held there, isn't it? First, New Darlington tricked teams from all over the major cities into coming there. Then they executed all the teams that lost, and finally Preston after they won.
Yikes. Debauchery is one thing, but that's just absurd. It would be one thing if she had real skill like Lady Lancelot and Lady Gawain. But that brat's got no more magical energy than a typical lower-class fairy. If she weren't gifted with Sir Tristan's name, she'd be a third-rate fairy at best. No, even with his name, she's still third rate. Without Her Majesty's protection, she'd be no match at all for knights like us. Just goes to show that the smallest dogs bark the loudest. If she weren't Her Majesty's daughter, every fairy in Camelot would be out to put that yappity bitch down for good.
Shut up, shut up, shut up. They're the ones who keep yapping. It doesn't matter what those peons say. I'm still the queen's daughter. Mother taught me magecraft. She gave me clothes, gifted me a name. She gave the new Darlington. She gave me new Darlington and said I could play with it however I liked. That means I'm supposed to kill any fairy who annoys me, right? That I should destroy anything I don't like, right? Why? And yet, Mother never praises me, no matter how many times I do that. I ask you, why? I'm trying as hard as I can, but I don't know what she wants from me. Why must you always be like that, Balbon Sith? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, High Queen Morgan. I promise I'll do better next time. I promise I'll kill more next time. I'm Balbon Sith. I'm free-spirited, selfish, elegant, cruel, and beautiful, cold. Everyone in Britain loves me. That's the part I'll play. I promise. I'll be just the successor you want, I promise. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I always end up like this. But I'm doing the best I can. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Oh, Mother. Mother. You're the kindest mother ever. I don't know where I'd be if you hadn't found me. Huh? I'm in my room. On my bed? Why? I thought I did good this time. I trapped them in a garden, went into the mirror, and then... Why is my body so heavy? This isn't good. I have to get up.
Whoa, take it easy there, Lady Spinal. You've got some big bags under your eyes, you know that? Did you not get enough sleep? Or have you been pushing yourself too hard? Right, of course you have. You did pinch that treasure from the throne. I'm impressed you managed to sneak in there while Morgan wasn't watching. She's pretty furious with you now, but I think it's great. Kids are supposed to act up as they get older.
Beryl, is that you? I'm sorry, I'll get up right... Huh?
Easy, don't try to get up. You're exhausted now, right? So you should try lying down.
Okay, but Beryl, what was that sound just now? It sounded like something fell to the floor.
Oh, that? Don't worry about it. Your fingertip just fell off because your body's rotting. But hey, it doesn't hurt, right? Yeah, this is what I kind of figured coming. Beryl's obviously just using her, has been since the beginning. But, one question I still have about Beryl is he actually did summon Morgan. And she was a ruler. We got a memory of that from him. And so how the fuck that works, we still don't know. And then the other thing is when I mentioned earlier Woodwose, when they killed Woodwose, Beryl tricked Balbon Sith or Tamlin Tristan to use his grandmother's spell that rots away your soul in order to do what they did to Woodwose. So this is like literally Balbon Sith like rotting away right now. Oh, that? Don't worry about it. Your fingertip just fell off because your body's rotting, but hey, it doesn't hurt, right?
Why is my...
Beats me. Maybe it's because you used the Garden of the Lost Will. I mean, that is one hellaciously powerful cursed artifact, isn't it? Then again, maybe it's because Morgan's finally fed up with you and stopped feeding you magical energy. And if that's what it is, you really shouldn't be holding on to the garden. It'll just make your condition worse. Here, let me have it. I'll put it somewhere nice and safe.
You think so? But, Beryl, I really need to...
Relax, it's fine. I'm just gonna put it into the underground sanctuary where it'll be nice and safe. You stay put and rest up here, okay? Just until you can stand up on your own again.
Wait, come back. Why the underground sanctuary? Beryl? Where did you go? I can't move. I can't move. That's strange. I can't move my arms or legs at all.
Well, rest in pepperoni. Artoria in the Garden of Lost Will. We're in the jar!
I awoke to the sound of my heart being chipped away, deep inside my chest. Where am I? This isn't the field I was just in. It's much farther away. It's like I'm somewhere between Britain and the planet's inner sea. This must be the garden where Merlin said he was imprisoned. But he also said there were different kinds of gardens. Sweet dreams, dark abysses, lost will, the innocent. And it looks like this garden is probably... I knew it. This is the Garden of Lost Will. A cold and unforgiving garden that whittles away the hearts of its visitors by stripping away their delusions and torturing them with self-loathing. Merlin did say you can leave this garden if you hold out until the end. But the whole thing is a cruel trap meant to make you lose your heart and mind before you can. Well, whatever. I can always cut the line when I need to avoid having my heart and mind destroyed. Sure, I won't be able to escape anymore if I do that, but there's no way Balbon's Sith has enough magical energy to keep this garden going that long anyway. I'll eventually get out of here one way or another, so until then... I just have to contend with a bunch of things I'd rather not.
Ah, the prophecy was true. That girl is our star of hope. She will be our salvation. She will be our absolution. She is the savior who washed up on our shore along with the name Artoria. May you grow healthy and strong to the age of 16. May the Queen's soldiers never find you. Now go on, hurry, 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 hurry. Hurry and greet your 16th birthday. We have complete faith in you. Which is why you must give everything you have for us.
Castor, I brought you a new book. It's about etiquette for upper-class fairies. You should study it now, so that you'll be ready when you leave for the castle one day. Let's see. Do you mind if I put the table here? It won't leave you much room in the stable, but you'll just have to make do. By the way, have your Fae markings grown yet? You'll be 16 years old in only 2 more years, you know. I'm getting a little worried. Your journey is going to be hard enough as it is.
I see you're working hard again today, Castor. You are so diligent, dedicated, and innocent. You play just as hard as you study, and you always find whatever it is the village needs at any given moment. The other fairies could learn a thing or two from you. Just seeing you in action fills us with hope. Still, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to pay this year's tax. We've already sold most of the jewelry you were wearing when your boat washed up here, along with the rest of the treasure it carried. Some of the fairies are even starting to wonder if you really are the child of prophecy. What are we going to do? We'll be lucky if we even survive the winter. Why must you be so terribly weak and useless?
I swear, none of these fairies have any tact. I guess that's just what happens when you've lived past your prime. Well, there's nothing wrong with saying when you don't like something. In fact, you should say so. Don't you agree, Castor? I mean, you don't want anyone treating you differently just because you're the child of prophecy either, right? So, I don't care if you're the child of prophecy. I'm gonna treat you like the slave you are. Oh, have you been growing? You really need to start if you're going to catch up to where you need to be. Especially since we don't have anything of yours left to sell. Well, we can always sell you to the High Queen if we have to. The child of prophecy. The child of prophecy. The child of prophecy was raised in a stable. The child of prophecy. She was raised as the village slave. The child of prophecy. She always smiled and said right away when told to do something.
no matter how much she didn't want to. She'd be killed if she refused, after all. How could she say no? It was so much easier to keep quiet and do as she was told. I used to think I could survive that way. I thought, as long as I didn't rock the boat too much, once I finally turned 16, I may be burdened with an impossible duty, but I could at least finally leave the village.
We want to see proof. Proof that you really are the child of prophecy. That blacksmith who lives on the cliff is... You're the only one he's not wary of. You're the only one he trusts. If you're truly the fairy destined to save Britain, then... for us.
Kill him for us, I think they say, right?
Please, please, we're so anxious. Our every day is filled with fear. So go on, prove you can protect us by taking care of him.
Of course. Of course I will. Right.
Wasn't that her own father, too? I think.
No way. That's it. I've had enough. I'm gonna cut the line and close off the way to the exit now. And so, the child of prophecy left Tintagel for good. Good thing I've always been quick to cheer up when I'm feeling down. Afterwards, to make a long, not very interesting story short, I went into the nameless woods. And now, I've come across Max, just as he's moments away from succumbing to the Lost Will's traps. What? And now this is me. For a moment, I thought I saw Artoria on the other side of that wall. But that can't be right. I mean, there's a wall there. And the whole point of walls is you can't see or go through them, so I couldn't have seen her on the other side.
What are you looking at, Max? Are you exhausted? Are you so exhausted you've started hallucinating? Well, get it together already. We can't have you spacing out while we're storming the Lostbelts. We may have any number of replacements for you, but you're still the last master of humanity.
What? Huh? Replacements? You mean you found other race shift candidates?
Do you still not get it? You understand that you don't need to race shift to get to other Lostbelts, right? We have another master candidate in Kadok now. Once his treatment is finished, you won't be our only option anymore. Oh wait, he's not really a master candidate, is he? You were the only one who was just a candidate. Hang on. I have to take this. Hello? Kadok's awake now, and he's in good health. That's great. Send him to the command room immediately. Good news, Max. Kadok is fully recovered. You can go back to just being a spare, and we can start doing our jobs properly without holding your hand all the time.
Fuck, bro. So that's how it is. All that talk about how much they need me, and now they blow me off just like that. God, I love this because it's really, I much rather prefer, I know that Ritsuka Fujimaru in Fate Go is supposed to be like you, like they try their best to like make it so like your character is much more of a like self-insert in the story. And I don't know if it was at a certain point they decided to change directions, but it definitely seems like the Cosmos and the Lostbelt storyline, like there's always been character development for Ritsuka Fujimaru, of course, but from the start of FGO, I always felt like the character was supposed to be more of like a self-insert in the story, of course, right? Because games can be more interesting when they're a self-insert. But ever since Cosmos and the Lostbelt, it really seems like they've been trying to grow a much more of a character development for Ritsuka Fujimaru, and I love that so much more. I think Nasu's visual or just stories or visual novels in general can be a lot more interesting when you're playing in the shoes of an actual character rather than similar to like Fate Stay Night, like you're reading the story of Emi Ashiro, right? So anyways, I just wanted to comment on that. I like this a lot. This is cool. You're getting, like, character development for the character you play as. Like, a ton of it here. This is good. All that talk about how much they need me, and now they blow me off just like that.
Hey Max, what do you think you're doing here? Get it through your head already, will you? You're not the master anymore. You're supposed to be on standby in your room, right? Just get back there before you get in trouble.
But I need to stay in shape just in case. I mean, there's no telling when I might have to go to another Lostbelt.
Huh? What are you talking about? Your training and mission days are over. You're just a regular guy with no special talents. Stop trying to be something you're not. Just hang out in your room and let the experts handle things.
Just hang out? How exactly do I do that? All this time I've been training to handle watching someone die, or seeing something unspeakable. I've been practicing overcoming my flight response and clearing my mind, all because they demanded it. At this point, I don't even remember what else to do with my spare time. I just can't tell. Is this really who I'm supposed to be?
I see you're afraid to come to terms with your situation, to see the world as it really is, Mr. Max. I understand, to tell the truth. I've been mulling the same thought over for some time now. Is solving this case truly the right thing to do? Think about it. Even if we manage to prevent what's happening here, we won't regain what we've lost. Once this case has been closed, you'll be left with nothing more than a broken, empty world. By comparison, even the current state of the world is fairly overflowing with hope. No matter how bleak things may be, there's still a chance that you'll be rewarded as long as you keep solving problems one at a time. You see, isn't that precisely how things are so much easier for you now? There's no longer any means to recover what you've lost, so you might as well forget it all. Don't worry, no one will blame you. With all of humanity having long since ceased to exist, there is simply no one left to do so.
Maybe I should stop this for him. It's not like he can cut his own line. Honestly, this lost will stuff is worse than I thought. Even when it doesn't concern me, I can't even bear to watch. Max's eyes keep getting more and more unfocused. He's holding his chest tightly, like he's in a vacuum, and is having more and more difficulty breathing.
Listen to me, Max. There's no need to feel sorry for these people. They're all from a hypothetical history, a living what-if scenario foisted on us without our consent. True, I can understand the logic in them considering us their enemies. But that's all there is to it. It doesn't change the fact that they've already lost. So what if a meteor impact resulted in a new ice age? So what if Ragnarok burned their whole world to the ground? Yes, I'm sure that made things hard for them, but that's not our cross to bear. So don't bother listening to the residents of Lostbelt. Besides, we've got them all beat when it comes to sheer suffering. We're from proper human history. We're the victors. We took the intended route. We can't let anyone take that from us. We can't. Still, what can we do with only 12 of us? There's no way we can rebuild what we've lost. You know as well as I do how bleak things are, right? Those Lostbelt people know nothing of this kind of solitude, this sort of pressure. They should be the ones to compromise. They should be the ones to disappear. Any pain they've experienced is nothing compared to ours.
In the end, we're all just foistering the worst parts of ourselves onto each other. We act like what we want is what the world wants. Yeah. I've been telling myself it's only for now, that everything I'm doing is to get life back to normal. That's why I've been able to make it this far. But the truth is... You know, you're not quite right in the head. You've almost died countless times surviving by luck alone. You've forsaken countless worlds kept alive by the devil's own luck. You've abandoned countless people, countless worlds, to their deaths. And despite all that, you're still no worse for wear. Stop it. You're going to, what, just grit your teeth and bear it because it's just for now? It's not my fault I have to fight. It's not my fault I can't save everyone.
This is no time to whine about how hard I have it. I can just bury my face in my hands so no one can see me crying. It'll all be okay. Once everything's gone back to normal, I can go back to how I used to be too. That's what you've been telling yourself, isn't it? But it's not true. Hearts, they change so easily, but they never go back to what they once were. Stop it. If you really think things will go back to normal once fighting's over, you're kidding yourself. Your heart isn't going anywhere. It can't. The sights that have been seared into your mind will never disappear. The stench that seeped into your skin can never be scrubbed away. There's no going back for you. So why are you trying so desperately to convince yourself otherwise? Please, just stop. I'm begging you. You see, you passed your limit long ago. I figured that out sooner than you'd think. Nope, that's one of the better things about proper human history. Everyone's equal, and no one is special. Since no one there is eternal or volatile the way fairies here are, in the outside world, things are pretty much always changing. Wow, that sounds like such a human way to run a kingdom. The truth is, I was thinking the exact opposite. You guys are all such liars. It makes me sick. Everybody's equal? No one is special? Even as platitudes go, it's revolting. There will always be those who are superior, as well as their inferiors. Of course, there will always be special people too. And yet, Oberon said that proper human history can settle its differences with peaceful discussion? It gives everyone a chance, but it doesn't allow anyone to succeed. It's all jealousy, bias, anger, fear, and people dragging each other down. Everybody's constantly deceiving one another so none of them can make it out of the ruts they're stuck in. Oberon may not have meant it that way, but that's the impression of proper human history I got from him. That's why I asked you if you were really okay with it. How you felt about working yourself to the bone, about living for a world like that. I guess I do have some concerns. It was so beyond pitiful that all I could do was try to muster a smile in return. I swear, he already looked so broken that I didn't even know what kind of brave face he was trying to put on. His knees are starting to give out. It won't be long before the rest of him follows. I know this is none of my business, but I should at least put an end to his lost will before that happens. We may be separated by a wall, but I can still at least stop the magecraft from... No. Despite it all. Huh? Huh? Is he seriously standing back up now? That's why you should just quit now, Max. You're only making things harder for yourself. Just stop. All this fighting you've been doing, Chaldea's grand order, it was all too much for you. His words were just what I wanted to hear. That's right. It's exactly what I've wanted someone to say to me for a long time now. It's okay. You've done enough. You don't have to finish what you started. Here, let me give you an example. The best thing for a species may be for it to continue to exist, but that's not always true for individuals. Individuals, people, if you like, are always wavering between two desires. The desire to continue, and the desire for a game over. There's nothing wrong with choosing game over. Everything has to end. If we refuse to accept that that applies to life too, we'd never be able to do anything. So we all have to make our peace with that. No matter how long someone's winning streak might last,
it must inevitably end. Huh? That's not good enough? You want to know what you should be aiming for then? Huh. I should have known you'd be so optimistic, Max. It's simple. Don't try for a game over. Try for a game complete. You, me, and everyone else are going to have to roll credits someday. But until then, all we can do is try to complete as many of the tasks before us as possible. Happy, sad, failure, success, none of that matters. As long as you've never done it before, anything goes. And you still have plenty left to do, don't you? You've got a lot of living ahead of you just before we can truly say you have no regrets. I believe that's what's best for an individual, but above all, nothing would make me prouder than to know you did all of that. Oh, right. You're supposed to be taking a break, and here I am talking about who knows what. Okay, see you later. Have another great day, and if you ever want to talk, you know where to find me. That's right. Despite it all. Despite it all? I'm still not ready to give up. Why is that? What the fuck? Are we like talking to ourselves? This is crazy. At first, it was like a curse. I felt I had no choice but to fight, but not anymore. I've stepped on lots of things and left so much and so many behind. Despite all that, I still have something pushing me forward. Back then, I shouted, "To live." Those were the words that helped me defeat the best thing for humanity. So now, I have to find the answer for myself. I see. And what would that be? I don't know just yet. Right now, all I have is the wish to live. A wish? That's right. Why is Oberon popping up like when the other us talks? What the fuck? Or is he's just supposed to be the representation of our mental talking to us, I guess? That's right. What's wrong with that? Everyone wishes for what they want. Everything I've achieved so far is because I wished for something I wanted. So I'm gonna keep going, and I'm gonna find out why I think that way. So what if I lack the confidence? So what if this is too much for me to handle? That's no reason to give up now. Seriously? Well, I'll be damned. Were humans always this resilient? Ugh. That was such a good node. Huh? What is this place? Senpai! Artoria, you're both alright! Oh, thank goodness! Mash? Is that you? Does this mean we're back in reality? But the Garden of Lost Will didn't stop because it ran out of magical energy, so how? Oh wow, it's all smashed to pieces! A national treasure gone just like that. That's so bold of you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just in such a panic. It was putting out really evil magical energy and I didn't know what else to do, so... Should I not have? No, Mash, you made a great call. I would have been too worried about how valuable it was to destroy it. But now, thanks to you, both Max and I are safe and sound. The Garden of Lost Will was a cursed object that robs anyone who's trapped inside it of their, well, will to live. I never had much of that to begin with, so it wasn't so bad for me. But if Max had been in there just a little longer, he might have nothing. You were standing right back up on your own in there. What the heck is your deal, Max? How can your mind be built like baggies? Why so mad all of a sudden? Huh?
I'm not sure why Artoria is so upset either, Senpai. What you did in there is so shocking, it's actually kind of infuriating. It makes me wonder just how serious you are about, well, anything. I see. Now I understand. It's true, Senpai's mental state never changes, whether he's doing his job as a master or just being Senpai. Even when he seems to be casually eating his dinner, he's actually quite serious about it. It's very strange. Say what? No, that's not what I'm... Then again, maybe it is. You really don't run from anything, do you? Even in Norwich, you ran all the way to the harbor, even when everyone was trying to stop you. Hey, you didn't run away either. You know, I guess I didn't, did I? I sure didn't go to the harbor, though. I didn't mean that. I meant from being the child of prophecy.
Oh my! Is this romance in the air? Wait, no, hang on. That's not romantic love. It's platonic love and admiration. Pepe! A night call!
Right, I almost forgot. I was only able to find this place thanks to Pepperoncino. I went after Balmond Sith after she abducted you two, but then, just when I was trying to figure out where you were, Pepperoncino swooped in and saved the day.
You know, hon, it took a lot out of me, but I ran all the way here with these long legs of mine. There's a reason I'm so proud of them. I wasn't sure at first whether I should help or not, but Mashie was barreling ahead so frantically. I mean, she sprinted all the way from Edinburgh to New Darlington so fast she actually kicked up dust clouds. So I simply couldn't help but step in, you know?
Thanks, Count Pepperon. By the way, what is this place?
New Darlington. I noticed Mash because I've been keeping an eye on the place from a nearby hill. New Darlington is Barrel's citadel. I've been looking for a chance to sneak in for a while now. Up until now, I never found any openings I could use, thanks to all of Morgan's monitoring spells. But when I saw Mashie was about to charge straight in from the main gate, I thought, oh well, siesta la vie, and stopped her right before it was too late. And then we snuck in together.
That's right. Pepperoncino used magecraft to find you, Senpai.
All I did was follow the thread of the bond you share with Mash. If anything, I'm the one who should be thanking you. I never would have known this place was on the outskirts of New Darlington otherwise.
New Darlington's outskirts?
That's right. We're in an underground sanctuary. We came in through a little church out in the woods near the shore. Too bad it looks like this place is positively overrun with nasties now. Anyway, let's focus on getting out of here, shall we? This is the deepest floor of the sanctuary, a prison 80 meters below ground. It's a long and winding way back to the surface, so make sure you're nice and limbered up first. I assume it was super cramped in that tiny little Artoria?
You've got it all wrong, Count. I don't think any kind of love is in the cards for me for...
Haven't seen that face in a while. Artoria, snap out of it!
Huh? Yes, I'm ready. Of course I'm ready.
Oh my, her shoulders are as tense as anything. I do hope she'll be able to loosen up eventually. Well, we can worry about that later. Besides, it doesn't look like I need to stick my nose in any of that. I have a feeling time will solve a lot of these problems.
Huh?
Oh, don't mind little old me. Now come on, let's hurry to the surface. And just so you know, Max, I'm counting on you to handle any nasties we run into on the way.
Dude, I love Pepe so much. There's only two conclusions I can see for Pepe from this Lostbelt. Either one, he dies killing Beryl, or he survives and then like pairs up with who's the last cryptor? I forgot his name. The one in the 7th singularity. Either he kills Beryl and dies himself, like sacrificing himself to kill Beryl, or he makes it out alive and like pairs up David. Or he pairs up, because he's not going to side with us. He'll pick David over us, but he'll be like rooting for us, I bet. So it's either one or the other, and I really hope it's the latter. I hope he survives, man, because he's such a goated character. I love Pepe.
easily my favorite non-servant character in Fate Go, I think. David Blueball. David Blueball. We still need more. What the fuck happened with David Bluebook? Dude, we haven't heard of anything from him since the beginning of 5.1. I also found out recently, there was something called the Blue Book Project in real life. Project Blue Book. Unidentified flying objects. The United States Air Force retired to the custody of the National Archives in its record Project Blue Book relating to the investigations of UFOs. That's a real thing that happened in real life. From 1952 to 1969. Project Blue Book. Interesting. Something that haunted the underground. The hearts, chat. The wink. I love Summer Kama so much. The wink. Flashback with Beryl? After arriving in the British Lostbelt, all I found were vast stretches of nothingness and the tree of emptiness towering over them. There was no sign of anything resembling a country. This what-if version of Britain had ended in abject failure long ago. Whatever history it may have had was long since gone. Looks like Wodime was all worked up over nothing. Still, none of that changed the fact that I was bored out of my skull. So I did what any good crypter would do and decided to summon a servant. Here we go. How did this what happened with this Morgan ruler? I am Morgan, the Fairy Queen, a ruler. I have come in response to your summons. You there, descendant of witches, are you my master? I couldn't have made a worse impression. I couldn't have made a worse first impression. She saw right through me in a single glance. Still, I had managed to summon Morgan the Fairy Queen, the woman who made King Arthur's life hell, the dread witch who brought Camelot to its knees. If anyone could keep things interesting, it was her. I could even take her to the other Lostbelts to mess around there. I sure am. Nice to meet you, Morgan. You and me, we're gonna have lots of fun together. As long as I could keep killing people, it was all as good as far as I was concerned. So I welcomed Morgan into the fold, put my trust in her, and decided to turn in for the night. Huh? I went to sleep in an open field and woke up in a bed so fancy it almost made me sick.
Welcome to Fairy Britain, Barrel Gut. Did you sleep well last night? The Tree of Emptiness is dead. The foreign god's plans are of no concern of mine.
Huh? What are you... Whoa, you're right. It is all dried up and dead. The hell were you thinking?
I have no further use for it. Fairy Britain is no longer a Lostbelt. And while I myself am no longer a servant, I am willing to keep you on as my husband, Barrel Gut. This would purely be for appearance's sake, but the pretense will benefit us both.
Hang on. What the hell is going on here? In the span of a single night, this barren island had become a civilized nation. There was no way I could tell Wodime that, so I gave up and accepted Morgan's offer to be her husband. The next 6 months were crazy. Tamlin Tristan, Babon Sith, took a liking to me after I told her about proper human history. It was pretty cute, the way her eyes would always light up when she pestered me to tell me more about the outside world. She was especially taken up with fashion and had a particular fascination with the latest shoe designs. I'm guessing she never found anywhere to belong in the land of the Fae. Later, we built the National Slaughterhouse Theater in the dowdy old city of New Darlington. There, we put on a very fun kind of show we could think up. Fairies hated Babon Sith. Well before I came along, I just poured fuel on that fire. Oh, I see. That must be what happened. After thinking it over for a while, I figured out what was going on. I had summoned Morgan for proper human history, but when I woke up the next morning, this Lostbelt Morgan had taken her place. There's no way there could be two Morgans in Britain. She's always been one of a kind. So at some point, proper human history Morgan must have transformed into Lostbelt Morgan.
Correct. When you summoned me, I saw what had become of the British Lostbelt. Even in this hypothetical world, Britain still collapsed 2,000 years ago. This I could not allow. In an instant, I grasped both what had taken place in this Lostbelt's history and the mechanisms of Chaldea's summoning system. I deciphered the secrets of race shifting and used them myself.
I knew it! Hot damn! You really are a monstrous genius among monstrous geniuses, aren't you? You race-shifted yourself back in time and rewrote Britain's entire history. And you did it all within a few hours of me summoning you. Damn, girl! Oh, so is that what this was all about? Were you in a hurry to fix things because this place couldn't have become as long as I knew about the old Lostbelt?
True. I did need to alter the past while your consciousness was shut down. Information is the only thing which can be race-shifted. To race-shift a living person to a singularity, one must first use a coffin to transform their body into pseudo-spiritrons, pure information. Impressive though this theory of magecraft is, it is only made possible by singularities existing outside of normal space-time. However, that is still no mere way to correct distortions, a system that can only function within the confines of a singularity. Race-shifting is not time-traveling, and thus cannot be used to alter the past. However, I already existed in this Lostbelt. I was here in Fae Era 4000 as the Fairy of Paradise sent from Avalon.
I see. So you sent your own knowledge back into the past. Servants are ghost liners, which is concentrated information when you get down to it. Of course, even a servant would normally disperse as soon as they race-shifted anywhere that wasn't a singularity. But if there was someone on the other end to receive that information, like a pre-existing email account, well, that's another story entirely. In proper human history, you were a witch who was defeated by King Arthur and lost your hold over Britain. As that history's Queen Morgan, you were rejected by the entire Isle. So you decided to entrust those memories, that information, to the version of yourself that was born in this Lostbelt, didn't you?
Correct. Following that race shift, the Morgan of proper human history, the servant you summoned, ceased to exist. But in exchange for her resolve, the Morgan of this Lostbelt learned the fate that awaited her. In the first original version of the Fae era, the Fairy of Paradise was murdered. And all but a handful of fairies were wiped out in the great calamity of Fae era 12,000. Once I learned that truth from my proper human history's self, I was able to escape my would-be murderers and survive. I then changed the course of that destructive history and killed the Tree of Emptiness. Doing so would ultimately destroy this Lostbelt, but it also proved me with an opportunity. So long as someone capable of keeping this world alive remained, this Lostbelt would transform from fantasy into reality. That is the world in which you now find yourself in. This is the era of the High Queen. This land is my fairy Britain. I built it with my own hands, and no one will ever take it from me.
Yup, she's one hell of a woman. Probably the scariest one I've ever met in my life. She race-shifted her own will into the past while I was asleep, even though it cost her her life? Then the Morgan from this Lostbelt inherited that knowledge, killed the Tree of Emptiness, and made a new history just for her? I don't like to think about this next part too much, but I probably disappeared too while all that was going on. I had seen the version of Britain from 2019 where the Tree of Emptiness was still alive, and, well... So I must have died that night after falling asleep. And the me thinking those thoughts is just a look-alike Morgan whipped up the next morning.
Is that a problem?
Nope, all good here. When you've already been resurrected to suit someone else's purpose once before, why worry about a second time? Still, things are going to be different now, without the Tree of Emptiness in the way. The era of the High Queen has been firmly established. You can't bring any more dead people back to life to iron out inconsistencies, and any outsiders who show up won't be able to mess with it either. You do know the Chaldeans are going to do everything they can to destroy this Britain of yours, right?
I see no reason to be concerned with them. My enemy is your colleague. And Olympus's Tree of Emptiness, which now covers the entire planet.
Damn, so you're planning to go on the offensive against a distant Lostbelt next? Granted, that probably is more urgent for you. But still, Wodheim's no pushover, you know? And those Olympian gods seem pretty bad news, too. Besides, Wodheim doesn't seem typically pitiful or interesting. Killing him would be a pretty big risk, and there wouldn't be much of a reward even if I succeeded.
Are you saying you have no wish to fight Olympus's cryptor? Did you not tell me that each cryptor is competing with the others? Is that not why you were all resurrected? To vie to become the king of this planet?
Nah, I don't know about the others, but I got zero interest in being a king.
Then why did you answer the foreign god's call? Was it mere survival? Is mere survival your only concern?
Well, yeah. Imagine you suddenly woke up dead and a mysterious voice says it's gonna stay that way unless you accept their offer. Isn't it natural for humans to bet on an opportunity that'll mean life over death?
Not for you. You have no attachment to your own life, and neither do you place any value on the lives of others. You live only for the moment and seek nothing beyond that. You are prepared to meet your end at any time. A man such as you would never awaken simply to keep living.
Haha, you're giving me way too much credit, Your Majesty. I'm just your everyday hedonist. Sure, living's a pain in the ass, but I can deal with that as long as there's enough fun to make up for it. Take Tamlin Gwaine, for instance. She seems interesting. It'd be fun to mess with her. Spriggan, on the other hand, seems boring. He'd be better off as the villain of a B-movie. That's all there is to me, Morgan. Incidentally, you seem boring too, by which I mean you won't be any good for helping me pass the time. So you can just relax and do your queen thing. Besides, I'm not strong enough to kill you anyway.
What about Tristan, then? How do you see her?
Lady Spinal, huh? She's a jewel, that's for sure. I'm happy to take good care of a pretty young lady like that. But she's a dead end. She's neither pitiful nor interesting. Just the thought of harming her arms and legs makes my chest tighten up. The more promising someone's future is, the more it makes me want to ruin it. And believe me, I'm aware of how bad that makes me sound. I guess putting someone pitiful out of their misery is just my way of expressing my love. Well, that explains the questions we had on how Morgan came to be, huh? What the fuck? It kind of all makes sense now. Did all that get updated in notes too? The world is a sea of nothingness, and that sea a tiny island floats. This is the beginning of the British Lostbelt, the first great calamity, the War of Spring. The landmass spreads until it reaches Manchester. In doing so, it reaches the Northern Fairies, who rely on the carcass of Britain's final dragon to survive. The British Southern Fairies, along with the humans in their possession, go to war with the Northern Fairies. The Southern Fairies emerge victorious, annihilating the Northern Fairies entirely. The myriad of corpses of the innocent Northern Fae mutter, "You're next." Just like All Might. The Rain Clan, 1,000 years later, the Rain Clan and Mir Clan establish kingdoms at the site of the Spring War. The Rain Clan builds its capital in Orkney. 4,000, Morgan, the Fairy of Paradise, washes ashore at Orkney. The Rain Clan, which took Morgan in, is destroyed, along with Orkney. Morgan, from proper human history, race shifts and passes her past self's information about proper human history. Morgan resumes her activities as Ash. The cycle of quelling calamities and entering into a long period of slumber continues. At the same time, Grimmer the Sage answers Ash's call. The War of Summer, a war between the Northern Fairies led by Queen Mabe and the Southern Fairies. The war ends after Ash the Savior's intervention and the current six-clan structure is established. Though Mab gains the upper hand in the war, on the cusp of victory, she is betrayed by her human lover and is caught off guard and defeated by Ash. The War of Autumn, an unarmed uprising begins. Led by a group called the Round Table that advocates coexistence with humans, the human knight Uther conquers the fairy clans and becomes the first king of a unified Britain. Mash is sent to this time through the Watermere, and she meets Ash the Savior and company. A few months later, a civil war erupts after Uther is poisoned during his coronation ceremony, and the Round Table is discovered. Londinium, the Round Table's base, falls, and that's where Ash the Savior was supposed to die, right? But now we have context of how that didn't happen, because Morgan sent information into the past about proper human history. This was all avoided, and Morgan had some other girl pretend to be Ash at that coronation ceremony, and that's where the fake Ash died. Everyone thought Ash died, and then Ash got away, changed her name to be Morgan, and came to be High Queen. Fae Era 1, Fairy Civilization collapses in the Great Calamity. Era of the High Queen, the first year, Morgan uses magical energy from the Tree of Emptiness to establish Fairy Britain. The War of Winter, Morgan invades from Orkney. She conquers all of Britain and reigns as High Queen. 400 years later, tensions between the Northern Fairies and Camelot reignite over the establishment of the human ranches. A secret agreement is formed between Mab and Morgan. Mab declares that she will break off relations with Morgan and continue her rule over the Northern Fairies. She erects a fortified city in the north. After Mab's death, the queen city of Edinburgh appears. The Fang clan massacres the Wing clan. The Wing clan is annihilated. Mirian is the sole survivor. The Moors War. I keep getting the Wing and Win confused, kinda. The Wind Clan is like they're like more like the elves, I think, or they take on the shape of elves, but I think Red Hair is also, Red Rabbit is also Wind Clan, I believe, right? I think he said. And then the only Wing Clan left is Mirian, and they're the ones or she looks like a little fairy, but she's the only one. The Moors War. One of the great calamities, a war between the King of the Moors and the High Queen army ensues. We don't have any context on that either, so that'll probably explain more of the calamities. Because there's a King of the Moors, and the High Queen's army ensues. Wireneck, one of Morgan's retainers since the Fae era, dies. His successor, Woodwose, defeats the king. The fallen king is said to have laid a curse upon the Fane clan. You're next. Oh, okay. The myriad corpses of the innocent northern Fae mutter, you're next. His successor Woodwose defeats the king. The fallen king is said to have laid a curse upon the Fang clan, you're next. A powerful Fang clan fairy is born. She is Barghest, eater of fairies. Aurora visits the Mir clan city. Melusine is born and emerges from the bog in the lake district. 200 years later, the Caterpillar War, Tamlin Gwaine is appointed. Foul weather, the Lord of Cornwall perishes. The Queen City gives birth to Mab's next generation. Knocknaria is born. Tamlin Lancelot is appointed. Tamlin Tristan is appointed. Darlington, which was destroyed by Darlington zombie incident, is relocated to the new Darlington. Tristan is appointed its lord. In 2001, Ainzel, the chief of the Mir clan, makes her prophecy. A savior who will save all of Britain has been born. A true king who will defeat the false king shall appear. The Mir clan is destroyed. In Lostbelt, Britain, the cryptor Beryl summons proper human history Morgan acting alone. Morgan race shifts to Fae Era 4000 and shares all the information about proper human history with Lostbelt Morgan Ash. Before her termination, Chaldea arrives at Fairy Britain. That's crazy. All right, we are at New Darlington. Let's keep it going. My brain hurts. Oh, Red Drabbit's a Fang clan because he's an animal? Okay.
Did anyone else feel that tremor? It almost felt like the prelude to an earthquake. An earthquake? We almost never get those in Britain. Let's hurry. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Pepe, ...
Pepe? Are you not feeling well? I couldn't help but notice that you haven't quite seemed like yourself.
Oh, Mashy, you really don't miss anything, do you? Well, don't worry about me. I'm just feeling a little bummed out, that's all. But I do appreciate you looking out for me. Thanks, Mashy. Now come on. Once we get through that door and out to the hall, it's a straight shot back to the surface. So let's get going already. You guys still aren't anywhere close to done. What was Pepe's power? He knows when he's gonna die or how he's gonna die, right? I wonder if that's why he's bummed out. Ooh. No, Pepe! No, Pepe! He knows when he's gonna die? Yeah, I wonder if that's coming up and that's why he's bummed. No, dude. What are those things? Whoa, their bodies are rotten. They're corpses. They're remains of the people who died in the calamity of Darlington 100 years ago come back to life. Now I see. This was a human burial ground. All right, if they mean to attack us, we'll just have to defend ourselves. I'll keep the fighting to a minimum and secure a path to the upper floors. What the hell? What the fuck is going on? Bro! They're observing. worth. Aw, what? You're not gonna attack him? Well, that's boring. I went through a lot of trouble to release these human Moors from the observation room, too. Oh, you're saying Pepe was the one that debuffed us so we couldn't attack? Barrel? Human Moors? What? I don't even get so much as a hello? I'm very friendly, are you, Kohai? Guess I hurried all this way from New Darlington's Lord Manor for nothing then. As you can see, these things are human, but they're not corpses like you thought they were. There's only one dead body left in all of Britain. Nah, these guys are the fruit of the little research project I've been working on the last 6 months. I wondered, what would happen if you transplanted the Moor's curse to a human? Well, here's your answer. They're alive, and they're dead. Dead, but alive. Being like that's so painful for them that all they can do is implore anyone who passes nearby for help. But that makes them pretty great parting gifts. Cause now, Moor's poison can infect humans just as well as it can affect fairies. Then, if we'd fought them, we'd have been... Still, while I'm not surprised to see Mash show up, I didn't expect you to be here too, Pepperoncino. I didn't think you'd come all the way to Britain just to avenge old Wodime. I never pegged you for the hot-blooded type. If anything, I figured you were more like me. That's true. You're a cleaner, and I'm a killer. Neither of us were ever good people. Right, wrong, even whether this benefits me, none of that matters to me right now. I'm just here to kill you. If someone pisses scum like us off, that's all the reason we need to kill them, isn't it? You know, when you're right, you're right. Guess this means emotional appeals and peaceful discussion are off the table then. Another earthquake. Don't tell me that was... That's right. As you can see, this burial ground's long past its prime, so I thought I'd give it a little renovation. Now it's time to bury the evidence before Morgan finds out I got carried away with all my experiments. I didn't have to tell you guys that, but hey, you, me, and Mash were all part of Team A once, right, Pepperoncino? So I figured the least I could do was warn you to scram before you wind up buried alive. I don't know about Max, but at least you two might be able to make it out of here in time. Barrel, get back here! We've got to get these people out of here too. Stay away from them. Don't you get it? You can't help them anymore. No one can. We're still deep underground. If we don't hurry out of here, we'll be dead too. Once we have a safe way out of here, we can worry about rescuing anyone we can. Got it. I'll use Magecraft to help keep us safe. Let's hurry upstairs, Max. Did we make it? No, we're still underground. To reach the surface, we need to get to the farthest end of this sanctuary. Stop! Go back to the staircase. He just shut the door on us. Pepe! Phew, that was close, but it looks like I just made it. Sorry for kicking you all so fast. I know my legs are just terribly long. Is anyone hurt? No? Oh, good. What's going on, Count Pepperon? Oh, there's just a little poison gas in here. Hang on while I go shut it off, okay? Don't worry, as long as you know, I trained in Shugendo up in the mountains, so karma doesn't affect me as much. I can survive the gas for a good while. Karma? I don't understand. What do you mean by... I'd say this should take me about 3 minutes. I could do it faster if I wasn't so tired, but oh well. Max, Mashy, do you two trust me enough to wait until I get back? Of course. You said 3 minutes, right? Okay. Great. Alrighty, I'm just gonna go take care of this. This should be fun. I haven't had a chance to use my full strength in a long time. Pepe? Okay, it's been 3 minutes. I'm opening the door. Oh my, 3 minutes already? Time does fly when you're having fun, doesn't it? There you go. It's all spick and span. Now let's get out of here before it all comes crashing down, shall we?
I never doubted you could do it, Pepe. Although, exactly what kind of poisonous gas was it? The ceiling here is about 40 meters high. Was the gas heavier than the air?
Something like that. All sorts of things tend to stagnate in the air under a cemetery.
Count Pepe? Are you? Artoria?
Oh my, such fire in your eyes. Are you burning to continue our little love talk from earlier?
Never mind. It's nothing.
Oh, well that's too bad. I was looking forward to chatting about romance. I guess that's just how you've always lived your life, Artoria. I do have my concerns about that, but this time, I appreciate it. In that case, mind keeping it to yourself until it's all said and done? Thanks, hon.
Spill the beans, Artoria!
Something happened to Pepe. The lower levels must be completely buried by now. Come on, let's get out of here while we still can.
Right, the exit's just over there. I'll lead the way. There it is. Be careful, Master. I'm detecting a powerful hostile magical energy signal up ahead. Oh, come on. How did you end up here without a scratch on you? What the hell, guys? I should have taken at least one or two of you out. And you, Max. Why are you looking at me like that? Is that really your idea of a master sworn to defend humanity? Huh? What are you talking about?
Don't waste your time on the likes of him, Max. I was hoping to take care of him myself, but would you three mind kicking his hiney for me? Just be thorough about it, yeah? We don't want him ever doing anything nasty again.
Alright, I'm sorry, Beryl, but we don't have any time to waste. If you're gonna stand in our way, I'm going to have to force my way past you.
I see. Guess you didn't care for my game then. Alright, looks like I'll have to break out the big guns.
Did he just deflect Mash's charge? No human should be able to do that. That magical energy aura. Stand back, everyone. He's... Ha ha. Sorry about this. I didn't want to have to show this side of myself if I didn't have to. But I've waited long enough to be alone with Mash. Time for the rest of you guys to give us some privacy. He has... No, it can't be. That's Woodwos' spirit origin.
Hey, yo. Furry barrel. Quick, we need Percival. Wait, what class is he? Caster, just like, okay. Excuse me. What the fuck, dude? He still has a normal voice. The Black Wolf. Let's go, Pepe! Loyalty to the Queen. Oh, what? You get the buffs of Woodwos' buffs? That's bullshit, dude. What do you mean?
つける。シールドエフェクト発揮します。ステータス頑張ります。エンジンを回せ。了解して徹底的にな。
Go, Dragonoff.
逃がすな。水面をかけるが不当の間だ。ロックセクエンスモルダー
余裕がないぜ。
そうする。撃ち抜く。
Damn, this motherfucker tanky, dude.
落ち着け。
Pressure.
死んでない。ほらちょいとのどばか。
白兵戦行きます。
Oh boy, bro.
了解した。負けないぞ。
酔いしれなさい。
Oh, let's go, Pepe. Uh-oh.
落ち着け。死んでない。そこだ。ちょいとのどばか。
シン行きます。了解です。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよロードキャメロット。まだ倒れて。
落ち着け。どうだ。
Whoa! Ain't no way you charming my girl, bro.
ちょいとのどばか。
This is the real NTR in Fate, huh?
やり負けないぞ。突破します。ここで
落ち着け。死んでない。
Smash you!
ちょいとのどばか。
白兵戦行きます。水のうちに準備。白兵戦行きます。クールダウンちょっとイエス舞います。望まれることを望まれたように徹底的にな。逃がす。
I believed in you. Why you gotta get rizzed by Furry Barrel?
ロックセクエンスモルダー。
余裕がないぜ。
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。
アラウンドカリバーン一層強く。
おっと。落ち着けよ。
またのお越しを。
Oh, let's go.
お客様でも。
It was just a warm-up. I was gonna say, I think the real Woodwos had like more break bars.
What? Tired already? Oh, come on. I'm just getting started. I didn't go through the trouble of copying Woodwos' spirit origin just for us to screw around. That's Woodwos' spirit origin? Not Wireneck's? That's right. It belonged to the head of the Fang clan. Wait, Wireneck? He was one of Ash's companions. He was nowhere near this powerful, though. Either way, that doesn't change the fact that he has an A-race spirit origin. We don't have any weapons able to penetrate the Grand Duke of the Waste Heat Hide. Oh, look at you, little savior. Clever, ain't ya? Don't gotta tell you there's no point in fighting, do I? Still, I wish your idiot friends would get it through their thick skulls that none of you are getting out alive. Isn't that right, Pepperoncino? Don't think I don't see you trying to sneak up on me. Ooh. Pepe! 1 down, 3 to go. Later, Pepperoncino. Could have killed you whenever I wanted, but I was cutting you a break for old time's sake. Huh? Gross! I feel sick! What the hell did you do to me? What is this?
Don't you recognize it? You've been testing it out on who knows how many people. Going out on a limb here, I'm guessing Pepe infected himself with whatever that poison gas was. It's possible it was the human Moors shit. And because Pepe infected himself with it, he was going to sacrifice himself by making it touch Beryl here, infecting Beryl as well. Maybe. We'll see. Don't you recognize it? You've been testing it out on who knows how many people. I was carrying enough for 500 people, and now I passed it on to you. Manta, thank you so much for the resubscription for 6 months. Thank you so much. Half a year. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back.
You bastard! You were already...
That's right. I was already practically dead. So, how do you like the taste of your own damn curse? That one reflects right back onto you when you kill someone. That reflects right back onto you when you kill someone. Fuck, man. Pepe! Stop! Go back to the staircase. $200, $300, oh my! I can't even count them all. This must be where he was keeping all of the humans he was experimenting on. I knew Beryl was a botanist, but he sure knew a lot about magecraft and potions. But I had no idea he could also abuse curses like this. Those British witches really are bad news, aren't they? There's no way we can get past all of them unharmed. Get too close and they'll come after you, begging for help. Touch them and be poisoned, kill them and get cursed. Well, Mashy's immune to poison, so that probably wouldn't work on her. The real cruelty of it, though, is how it's meant to make you kill helpless innocents. Even if it is just a malicious prank taken too far. It'll hurt Mashy and Max the most. Scumbag or not, though, I'm still their senpai. I'll just have to handle this for them. There we go, all done. Now I just need to cast a little bit of an illusion, move the bodies over into the corner, hide all the blood and guts, and... Oh gosh, just look at me, my outfit and makeup are all messy. Makes sense though, one curse for every person I just killed. Now my intestines are pulverized, my skin is in tatters. It's going to make more than a trip to the spa to bounce back from this. Any half-decent person would follow you all the way to the grave now, but I can't do that just yet. Would you all mind waiting just a little bit longer? I have one last thing I need to take care of.
What the shit? What is wrong with this head of the Fang Clan's body? How the hell is the Moors curse even working on it?
That's a little something from me, darling. I mixed in a little extra retaliating curse of my own to sweeten the deal, so to speak.
A retaliating curse? You son of a... Is that any way to fight like a man?
Please stop, Beryl. It really hurts to laugh right now.
This is no time to be laughing, Pepe. We need to treat you right away.
Thank you, Mashy, but don't worry about that. Max, you know what you have to do.
I do. Let's do this, Mash.
Right. Preparing to take out hostile Black Wolf at full power.
Emotional damage. Oh, he's cursed too. Look at that. What does it do? Lose HP at the end of each turn? Okay, Moore's illness.
待っていろ。すぐに片付ける。食べたアイスの数まで覚えてない。今のうちに準備を。白兵戦行きます。シールドエフェクト発揮します。イエス、了解した。逃がす。水面をかけるは不当の間だ。
Curse memes actually break his face. Oh.
余裕がないぜ。
ここだ。
おっとちょいと戻るか。そこだ。どうだい。おっと。
おっと。
クールダウン。ちょっとね。ステータスシールドエフェクト発揮します。了解。行きます。負けないぞ。そこだ。おっとやっ
落ち着けよ。そこだ。どうだい。おっと。
ですか。白兵戦行きます。信念了解。私は最悪の全ての傷。
Ozzy was looking at Max, but Max was looking at Somersaulter. It's true. A truer statement has never been told, Kiko.
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。
アラウンドカリバーン。一層
おっと。ちょいと喉が渇いた。落ち着けよ。
Soiled me.
どうだい。おっと。
Yo, you charmed my Salter. Good thing I can charm her back. Check this out. Salter, come back to me. Easy.
待っていろ。すぐに片付ける。
Alright, we'll go.
参ります。
Bam, bam, bam.
な。公爵の。 一点もミスな。ハートブレイク。モルガー。
余裕がないぜ。
ここだ。
おっと。ちょいと喉が渇いた。そこだ。どうだい。おっと。
エンジンを回せ。処刑の時間だ。
ないぞ。
私は最悪の席に立つ。水面をかけるは不当の間だ。ロック。セクエンス。モルガー。
余裕がない。
Nice.
おいおい、こんなのありかよ。
Yeah, you just got shot by a dragon off. I don't blame you, brother.
金の願い。
He's like, where did that ocean even come from? You really did it, damn it. I'm impressed, Pepperoncino. Alright, I see how it is. I admit you got me. I'm the one who messed up, so I'll be the one to run for it. You bastard, get back here!
He escaped through the skylight. I guess we won't be following him. Not that it matters now. Pepe! Pepe!
Oh, was I sleeping? Silly me. I can't believe I missed your big fight scene. Still, at least I can tell from your faces that you won, even though you both look like you're about to cry. Come on now, cheer up. You're supposed to smile and high five after you win a fight, not rain on your own parade.
But we wouldn't be alive right now if it weren't for you. And we didn't even realize what you'd done for us.
Oh, whatever are you talking about? All I did was try to sneak attack Beryl and fail miserably. So of course things turned out this way. Besides, it's only right that I be the one to take responsibility for my actions, you know. Now go on. You need to get ready already. This was just a detour, remember? Don't worry about me. This is as far as I go. I'm already dead anyway.
We should at least get you outside. Of course we're going to worry about you.
Oh, Max. Mashy, I can understand, but not you. Carrying the dead will only slow you down, especially now when I'm full to bursting with curses. Besides, we're enemies. We were always going to go our separate ways sooner or later. Not to mention, I really am a despicable murderer. I just went after someone worse this time. Believe me, you two have no reason to mourn someone like me.
But I still don't know anything about that side of you.
Exactly. I'm glad you never did. I'm glad my lovely little Kohai never ended up hating me.
Pepe.
Hey now, no crying. Besides, Beryl and I are cut from the same cloth. We're both worthless good-for-nothings at heart. I was always thinking more about those things. I was always thinking more about how things would end than how long they'd keep going. Do you know why people like me violate the law? It's not because we want to do bad things. We just want to get out of keeping on for keeping on's sake. The laws people make are just meant to help them flourish longer and better, just like humanity itself. So after defying them, ignoring them, and breaking them, the bills finally come due. But you two aren't like that. You two want to keep on keeping on, right? Then that's exactly what you should do. You should keep running, and running. Until you've gone so far people like me can't see you anymore. You have to do at least that much if I'm going to die by myself. I'm too much of a coward otherwise. Go on now. Take Mashy and get out of here. You're her master, aren't you?
Okay. Thanks, Pepe. It's been a blast.
Why, thank you, darling. It's been a blast for me, too. Don't forget, now that you've come this far, you better save Britain. And Artoria. As something of an expert on curses, I can sense what type it's covering all of Britain. As an expert on curses, I can sense what type it is that is covering all of Britain right now. Listen to me closely. Your real enemy here is someone who's out to bring an end to everything. Remember that well, and don't let your guard down until it's well and truly over.
I wonder who that could be. Oh, look at his name is... Was his name... No, it wasn't. His name just changed to his real name, Maya Rengiaro.
Good. They made it to the exit. That wraps up the last of my unfinished business. I'm not scared or in pain anymore, but I guess I do still have some bitter memories. I killed them. All of them. In the span of a few minutes while the moon was hidden behind clouds. I killed all 400 members of my clan while they slept. It was quick and methodical, like mowing a lawn, just like how I mowed down all those sick, helpless people earlier. When I was 10 years old, my clan expected great things of me. They saw me as their first genius born to the clan since our founder's day. I wanted to live up to their expectations, but it simply wasn't possible. I was born with different inclinations. My heart and body never quite fit. My mind was fundamentally opposed to being the kind of person the world at large demanded I be. My clan wanted me to father lots of children, so my superior genes would be passed down and preserved. But I just couldn't do it. Some people understood me, but there was nobody else like me. I heard whispers from some people wishing I had been talentless, so they could have given up on me, but I wasn't especially bothered. I never had any grudges or complaints. I did wonder why I'd been born the way I was. But I didn't begrudge anyone, or hate anyone, or feel bad about my situation. I knew I couldn't help having been born who I am. It wasn't my place to gripe about it, and it wasn't worth asserting my rights over either. The only thing I felt a little bad about was knowing that there would never be anything more to my life. Rojitsu is the power to know your own fate. By the time I was 10 years old, I knew that my soul would never be reincarnated again. I might have been sad about that if I had just been in the middle of my journey, but instead, knowing this was my last life, I only felt pity for this imperfect world, and the fate of all humans are given. Fast forward 10 years. There was nothing left for me to learn about the mountain, and so I decided to put it behind me. But before I did that, there was something else I needed to do. Right before they died, they all looked at me with such shock, as if to say, "Why are you doing this?" We'd all been through a lot together. We may have even been irredeemable scum, but we were still practically family. And yes, I did love everyone in the Myroengi clan, but that child has no talent whatsoever. We should put him out of his misery now. Don't be ridiculous, he's still soft and that's all. Just put him out of it. Just put one of his eyes out and make him kill his little brother. That'll make him awaken his true talent. Good point. Better to bet on one making it than getting rid of both of them. Exactly, besides, that's what they did to us when we were that age, right? When I overheard that conversation, I cried. I knew then that there was no place in modern society for a clan with karma like that. That was my last memory as Myroengi Aro. After that, I completely forgot everything that happened on that mountain. I also stopped thinking of what I did as a crime. Really, I stopped thinking of it as part of my past at all. I swear, I really am scum. After everything I did, I still have nothing but fond memories of my time there. No wonder I was fated to die alone. That's what I get for killing everyone else myself. Really, it was shameless of me to ever even consider wanting to go out on a high note. Oh? So that's why he did that. I can't believe I only just realized it now. Ha. I swear. I always thought it was sudden, even for him. Thank you, David. Thank you for using that once-in-a-lifetime ticket to come see me when I was at my most beautiful. What? To be determined, I guess. The LB4 when he was... I remember David came and visited an LB4, basically hinting that David used his one-way ticket to come see Pepe while he shined. Huh. Alright. The end of this node, and the end of the stream after this. What a crazy node. Section 21 was crazy. Sounds like it's done collapsing. Pepe. I didn't know the Count for very long, but I could tell he'd killed a lot of people, just like he said. He had no sympathy for those he killed, or for himself as he was about to die. He was cruel and cold-blooded, so much so that I really don't need to waste time mourning for him. That being said, he was under no delusions about who he was, and he never lied to you. He was so true to himself it was almost scary.
He really did do whatever he liked, however he liked it. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, he was just doing what he wanted to do, right? He always was good at taking care of others. Right. I'm sure he would have smiled and said so himself. He was a strange, mysterious sort of person through and through. He was more egalitarian with himself and those around him than anyone I have ever met. Okay. Let's go.
There, I see them. Your tracking capabilities truly are exceptional, Lady Da Vinci.
You know it. Now I'm really glad I added a camera function to Tiffany. Hey! Max, Mash, Artoria! Are you guys okay? Come on, we've got places to be!
She doesn't know.
I see. So Pepe's...
What a loss. I was always hoping he would take over as the new head of Norwich one day.
Yeah, it's sad, but I'm afraid you'll have to mourn him later. Don't you got something to tell him, Da Vinci? I could tell him myself if you'd like, but I figured it's better coming from you.
All right. Artoria, we got an emergency message from Oberon. It said, the Round Table Army has captured Oxford. You can ring the bell of pilgrimage at any time. Please, get here before the Queen's army comes to retake it. That's right. Percival beat the Fang clan while we were away at the north, so we don't even have to fight this time. Now come on, let's get to Oxford as soon as we can.
Da Vinci. Oh, was that it? All right, that's it. Oh! Fuck. All right, chat. The final night, huh? So, next stream, we will be finishing up Lostbelt 6.2. We will be going from section 22 to 24, 3 sections total. We will be reading 22, 23, and 24 and ending it there. I don't know how long that stream's gonna be, but that's the plan at the moment. This is the chapter, lots of emotion to end on. Yeah, that's a good one to end on. I teared up. Maybe it's because I was expecting Pepe to either die or go to Lostbelt 7 like soon, especially when we got to the point where he didn't when we were in the underground and he seemed like he was bummed, or he said he was bummed out. It was like, okay, his death is probably coming up then, but his death didn't hit me as hard as I thought it was going to be. But oh my god, the flashback where when we were in the jar with Castoria, I was tearing up reading that. Especially when I like how it just says every time Romani talks, it just says the doctor, right? I was tearing up reading all that. That was great. It's going to be a long stream next stream. All right, it's going to be a doozy. And that'll probably be the last stream until like next week, because I am planning on streaming Samurai Remnant this weekend. I got a review code from the devs, so big shout out to them. Thank you. I got a review code for Samurai Remnant, and we'll be streaming that either Friday or Saturday. That's the plan, and I'll probably be streaming that a good amount of the time, but I don't know. No way. Let's go. Yeah, I'm excited for Samurai Remnant. So when is the next stream? Probably, well, we'll definitely finish 6.2 up this week before Samurai Remnant. I don't know what day, just sometime before Friday, before Samurai Remnant comes out. And then we probably won't get back to Lostbelt 6 until sometime next week, because this weekend I'll be playing Samurai Remnant. Not gonna watch it because of spoilers. Yep, that is perfectly okay. Yeah, what's his name? Nasu wrote, or at least he co-wrote, one or the other, or he supervised. Nasu had something to do with the story of Samurai Remnant, and so the biggest thing I'm excited for is the story for sure. I'm not going to talk about the story at all, so don't worry about that. But I did play like the first 2 hours of it, like the prologue. And I have to say, the combat I actually enjoy a lot more than I thought I was going to, because I've never played a Muso game before, and so I wasn't sure if I was going to like it, but I actually like it a lot more than I thought I was, so I'm looking forward to the rest of the game for sure. I think he supervised it. I believe the writer of Shimosa wrote Samurai Remnant. Okay, that makes sense. All right, chat, so that will be the plan. Good place to end on. That section 21 was a good one to end on. I'm glad y'all convinced me to end on that one. All right. Let's find someone to raid, and I'll see you all later this week. We're gonna finish up Samurai Remnant later this week. Reinkar! We'll go show the homie some love. Very excited for Yori. Yeah, the story looks really interesting. All right, chat. Go show Reinkar some love. Love y'all. I'll catch you later this week. We'll finish 6.2 and then Samurai Remnant later this weekend. Look forward to that. Should be a fun time. All right, chat. Love you all. I will catch you all in the next stream, but until then, peace out. Have a great day, everyone.